Listen to the deafening sounds that bring you into the Oceanic Challenger Series. Welcome back again for the third week in a row. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko. Joining us on the desk for the first time is my friend Jimmy Fu, also known as Preacher. Jimmy, how are you?
I'm going pretty well, especially seeing as we have these amazing games going into week 3. I'm pretty excited.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, we've got some good games coming up. Of course, Chiefs Black versus Alpha Sydney coming up first to start you off. Chiefs Black having an absolute ripper of a week last week. Of course, Praedith being the showman himself. Chiefs Black versus Alpha Sydney, our first game of the night, but we'll also be with you for Abyss Red and Legacy Genesis. And coming up, Mendrix and Rogi will be joining you for Legion Gaming and Abyss White. And of course, Fornot versus Sentinel Esports, another fantastic game I'm looking forward to tonight. Jimmy, biggest question of the night for you, and I asked so many questions, I probably got to stop that for you, but probably going to see Praedith on Lysandra Fiora. Who else is a viable top laner that Praedith can utilize at the moment?
Whew, that is actually pretty hard coming into this game because we've only had 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks we've seen Fiora, we've seen Lysandra, and they play 2 completely different roles.
That's right.
So it's really hard to predict what he's going to pick in the future because Fiora is a split pusher. She likes to just be in a different lane from everybody else and just push it down super hard, maybe teleport in if there's a fight. Lysandra, on the other hand, just likes to go in, you know, maybe even 1v5 and just say, hey guys, where are you? He expects backup from his team. So, you know, anything goes coming into third week.
And that's right, we're going into patch 6.2 as well. Continuing on, I should say, Jin is now enabled, but I don't think he'll be seen much today, unfortunately. We're just going to have a quick look at the player list. Just to remind you, Chiefs Black and Alpha Sydney have some crackers going on at the moment. It's my favorite word as well. Praedith is not the only one in there. Of course, with Chiefs Black, there he is, Mr. Zero himself. Zero and Rosie down bottom. So much synergy down there. Of course, Rosie being an ex-pro player, or should I say, coming back onto the scene. BTKA is Alpha Sydney's one person I want to highlight for you as well, Jimmy. Really good on the Orianna. Of course, Orianna, really versatile, even to patch 6.2.
Exactly, and a lot of these players, especially those who have come from the open ladder, they've pretty much played Orianna all the way through. And that's because she's versatile, like you said. She's pretty hard to counter. She's really solid into any sort of team fight because you're always got that presence with the zoning, with your ultimate Shockwave. So, you know, it should be interesting to see how it goes.
That's right. Mid lane's not the only lane we should be focusing on. Of course, down bottom, Kalista still very much viable in 6.2. Last week had an awesome week ahead. We were seeing these 12-0 and 7s coming through. I believe Zero played Kalista last week, and it was, not going to say hilarious, but it was absolutely fantastic. First on the Lucian Zero, second on the Kalista. We move into Champion Select now, and not too surprised to see Alistair getting banned, but Zed, of course, the assassin item's not out yet. Nautilus gets taken out as well. So far, I'm a little bit surprised, Jimmy.
Oh, Alistair and Nautilus, a lot of CC.
That's
you
right.
don't want to play against that. Alpha
That's
Sydney
right.
is just saying, Chiefs Black, they're going to run all over us if they can hard CC us. You know, multiple CCs with the, 4 or 5 man pulverizer, or even just the ultimate coming out of Nautilus. And no, that won't be enabled anymore. But, on the side of Alpha Sydney, we also got Twisted Fate banned out now.
BTKA was a really harsh Twisted Fate early game. And Omni as well, I should say. Omni actually played a fantastic game of Twisted Fate. So a good ban coming through from Alpha Sydney. Thresh taken away from Mewtwo. They're really going into the hearts.
This is 3 support bans.
That's right.
I mean, Nautilus can be flex top, but otherwise than that, that's targeted pretty much directly to Mewtwo. I think they're paying him a lot of respect, especially seeing as he did so much work in that bot lane last week.
Oh yeah, exactly. His Thresh was unbeatable. Coming through the last ban for Alpha Sydney, would be very much surprised. Wow, Elise coming through as well, taking that off Zahi, the ex-immunity jungler, known for his Rek'Sai and Elise. So at least that takes away 50% of the champion pool that I know about. Chiefs Black, wow, Zero, he gets Kalista.
Just like we said, Kalista is such a popular ADC. I think there was only one game in this series in which Kalista wasn't picked by either side. So there you go. They prioritize the Kalista. She's super strong right now because of how mobile she is. They just don't want to give it up. But they've left people like Graves right open.
That's exactly right. So it'd be interesting to see if Alpha Sydney picks that up. In fact, Poppy getting a bit of a hover. But like you said there, Jimmy, Graves gets hovered over as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if they lock this in. They go ahead and do exactly that. Poppy, probably a nice little flex pick. We don't know if she's going support or top at this stage. but Graves gets locked in some huge burst damage.
I was just going to say, when you take Elise off the table, which other jungler do you really want? You want Graves, and they didn't even pick a jungler first rotation. So, you know, you didn't deny the Graves. What are you going to do? You're going to have to play against it. I hope that Callista's worth it for you, because that's really all you have to bank on. On the other hand, though, we also got the Poppy. Poppy is just strong all around. With that ultimate, that's really all she is, you know? I mean, she also got the dash deny, but her whole deal is just when there's a 5v5, she just says, okay, no, it's not a 5v5 anymore, it's a 3v5, let's go. And they just completely stomp over the game.
And like I said, Zahi goes ahead and picks up Rek'Sai and Praedyth on the Lissandra. That's his second time there coming through. Of course, these are 3 comfort picks coming through for Chiefs Black. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw maybe Orianna coming through for BTKA, just that passive farming early game. But Kog'Maw gets hovered, and Kog'Maw at the moment is a machine gun.
He is if you can get there, though. And that is the biggest point. Can you get there late game with a Kog'Maw? Especially going into the likes of a Kalista, who's so mobile, who can dodge all of your stuff early game. It's really hard, because you don't output too much early. You're just there to farm. You know, you're not doing much damage. You're just hoping to survive there. Switches over to the Lucian. Yeah, I don't really think... Yeah, I mean, they can pick Kog'Maw. It was picked in the OPL, but... it's a bit risky. That's
right. 6.2, really not touching AD carries too much. Of course, Kalista, some fixes with the Ren there, but apart from that, not too much. Rom is available for Mewtwo, but he goes for the Janna instead there. Unless we see Janna mid lane, which, best pick ever. Coming through. Blinky and Mewtwo down in that bottom lane. The Lucian-Janna combination. Easy to synergize, really easy to time that Monsoon as well, so quite a safe bot lane coming through there.
Exactly, Janna. She's got so many abilities to just get people off your ADC. You've got a shield, you can slow them down, you can speed your ADC up with your passive, just saying, hey, run to me, buddy. Yeah, it's really, you know, you can't really do too much to this bot lane, especially into a Lucian who, you know, hard counters Kalista traditionally in the past. It's going to be a pretty strong lane to go into.
But of course, Zero, the one coming through with a bit more experience. Rosie as well. Last 2 picks coming through for Chiefs Black. And I've got to say, I'm waiting intently on this one. Oh, if that comes through. But of course, Ryze is available in that mid lane if Omni's not already going for the Lissandra there. Of course, a couple of flex picks possible here. AD carry already picked there, just waiting for the support and possible mid or top lane. Bard gets locked in for Rosie, and Zero sticks with the Ryze in the end. Omni picks up the Ryze, or Praedyth. We're just going to have to wait and see for that one. But that's quite a lot of magic damage coming through for Chiefs Black.
It is, and the only physical damage you really got coming out for the side of Chiefs is Kalista, especially with the Ren. Everybody else, especially the top and mid laners, they're just going to be really in the fight. These aren't, you know, backline mages. These aren't like Oriannas or like any other Zerats, you know, Luxes who just like to stand in the back. These are people who like to go straight into the middle of the fight and even tank up a bit before they either Zhonya's or Glacial Tomb themselves.
And that suits Chiefs Black playstyle so much because they play this aggressive all-round game, and of course they've got the confidence coming through. Zilean would be a great pick to come through, especially in that mid lane. Of course, Zilean at the moment is seeing a bit more pick coming through across in the Korean and the American region. And surprise, surprise, looks like Zilean gets locked in. And thank God, I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Zilean, you can't kill the Zilean. He's back.
You definitely can't. And we've seen a lot of success with Zilean in Korea and even a little bit in North America. So, you know, going off their books, you're going to have to lock in the Zilean. There's nothing else for you to do. He's open. You pick him up. Yeah.
Oh, God, that little surprise there goes a long way. Omni actually picks the Ryze up in the end, and we're going to see double teleport coming through from both sides. A lot of mobility, and of course, Chiefs Black have shown they're not too shy for early game ganks. So, bot lane definitely one to watch, considering that Alpha City in the past have overextended quite early, quite fast. Lucian and Janna bot, and Kalista Bard bottom. The matchup. I need your insight, Jimmy.
Into a 2v2 is just going to be more or less farm fest. You know, Bard's going to keep Kalista alive with all the heals, the healing shrines, and Janna's just going to keep Lucian alive with all of the shields, I guess. But in terms of the roams, which is what we were talking about, both of the teams have taken double TP. It looks like I'd actually have to give the slight advantage to Alpha Sydney because, you know, they got so much disengage coming in for this lane. Bard really only has his Q, and that only locks up 2 people at maximum. You still got other people hitting you in the face, but Janna just says, no, Tornado, none of you are going to come close to my ADC. So, you know, if you see a 4 or even 5-man gank bot on the side of Chiefs Black, it may not succeed too hard.
That's right. Omni picks up the Rise. Now, that's a little bit of a surprise for me. Of course, Twisted Fate, Zed getting taken out of the mix. At the moment, Zed actually has quite a high ban rate coming through. And leaving Omni in the dark like that to pick up Rise, of course, Rise, very big scaling champion. I don't think he ever falls off, really.
Not really, and Faker knew this potential at Worlds when everybody else sort of doubted the power of Rise. He just said, what are you doing, guys? Look at all these numbers. And he was just machine gunning people down. So, yeah, not much has happened to Rise. I believe he said received a few nerfs after Worlds. But
Not much.
other than that, he's still a monster, especially with Thunderlord's Decree early game. He does so much damage. So, yeah, pick him up. He's still pretty good, and he scales into the late game really fine.
And, of course, Praedyth goes for a comfort pick again with the Lissandra there. Patch 6.2 hasn't really touched Lissandra too much. Been some little bug fixes, but apart from that, I mean, Lissandra at the moment, God. It's actually quite hilarious when you see Lissandra go into a team fight. And Praedyth is no shy to positioning himself quite well. Alpha City need to keep a nice spread throughout the mid to late game. Otherwise, Praedyth, again, I mean, like, I've said his name at least 20 times during the split, and with good reason. He's such a huge character at the moment. And Lissandra is just so huge. Going into team fights, ulting herself, it really creates the positioning for the rest of the team.
I concur. Lissandra is super strong. She's got all of the engage she needs and all of the AoE CC after she engages, and the, you know, built-in Zhonya's in her own kit in the form of Glacial Tomb. Not to mention the fact that it is on Praedyth. You said it. Now I'm going to say it a lot of times. He is super strong.
As we jump into the game, first game of the day, or should I say night, Chiefs Black coming through versus Alpha Sydney for our game 1. Blinky going to go straight down that mid lane. Pretty common for AD carries to just sit in there and be a bit of a tease. Pretty standard stuff coming out so far. Looks like Killian the Zillion is just below that mid lane as well. I can't wait for BTKA to just teleport throughout the map. It's hilarious to watch Zillion come in and just flop his bombs everywhere.
If you teleport and ult somebody just to save their life, that's worth. That's it.
That's worth.
Yeah, that's worth.
As you said, that's exactly worth. Standard starts coming out through as well. Doran's Blade. And we see, wow, a very confident Omni picks up the Dark Seal to start off. Ooh, Omni. Can you get the kills, though, my friend? That's what we're going to have to find out. Yes, we are. Doran's Ring comes for BTKA. Pretty safe start for him. I'm going to... The Dark Seal.
I love the Dark Seal pickup on Rise, actually, because into a Zillion lane especially, you got to bully him out and try to win as hard as you can before level 6, because after level 6, your kill potential, no matter who you are, even as a Rise scaling up, goes down, because Zillion can just ult himself even if he gets ganked. But the Dark Seal also adds bonus regeneration to health potions, so, you know, maybe he just wants an extra sustained lane. It's still really good stats.
And only going to start up at the Krugs there. Zero and Rosie going to pick those up as well. Likewise, Blinky and Mewtwo. Just some extra experience to come into the lane. It's pretty much now whoever doesn't pick it up has a disadvantage, so both bottom sides going to go ahead and do that. Pretty standard stuff. Zahi goes for the blue as well as red with Only's jungle. Almost dies from it. You're going to have to finish it. I think he got it in the end. I'm not sure. No, it didn't reset. All right. He's just playing with vision a little bit.
I love the fact that we took a look at Zahe right there, because he took so much damage from the jungle. He's going to heal it up a little bit in the form of his Burrow, but only didn't take much damage because, you know, Graves just doesn't take much damage clearing. I like how they both started on the top side, though. Usually people start on the top side because then it gives their bot side the extra camp, like you said, because if you don't pick it up, then it's at a disadvantage. So, you know, they're going to be collapsing around the bottom lane around the same time unless they choose to back beforehand.
And Praedyth's just going to ward up there. Froggadog goes ahead and picks up the potions to start off. Some extra sustain against Praedyth. Well needed. Oh. Zahi, you are a funny fella. You are a funny fella. That was very close. Oh, he doesn't care. He's got the sustain coming through. He's going to pick up red. A little bit of a problem. Only going towards this bottom side. Zero going to drop a ward. Good timing as well since they're pushed out. Zahi almost died to red buff.
Almost, and he actually goes in another camp. He just says, you know what, I don't care. I'm going to take one more before I go back.
Doesn't matter at this stage. Only moving towards this mid side. He's looking for something. Oh, if he was about 3 seconds earlier, would have picked that one up, but only goes in against Omni. He's got no damage just yet. Forces a flash. Zillion lands a bomb. And that's one flash down for Omni.
That is a really early flash burn for Ryze. And Ryze, as we know, doesn't really have any mobility. His mobility comes in really when he gets level 6 with that desperate power that he gets in his ultimate. But besides that, it's going to be so devastating as a Ryze who doesn't have too much power early game to really lane in this, because Only can come over and over again if Omni decides to overextend. And that's not good news, because Omni needs to win this lane, like I said, before level 6.
This bottom lane is just trading off with each other there. Rosie showing what a ruthless bard he is. CS advantage slightly going to 0 there, so something to keep an eye on. Rosie gets another snare down bottom. And 0, if he gets in on this one, Blinky's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I was actually giving this lane to Alpha Sydney because it was going to be more or less even, but take a look at this. Rosie's doing so much poke, because if you take a look at the power spike at level 2, Bard's got 2 damage abilities if you count his passive as one of them. Janna doesn't really have anything. She can auto, but it's not going to be anywhere near as impactful as Bard, and Rosie knew this, so he went in for those trades because he knew that they couldn't really do anything back towards him.
Only's going to back off, actually bullying Omni a little bit in the mid lane there. Praedyth actually doesn't have too much mana going on, but of course the passive going to help out a little bit there. CS is pretty even at this stage, a small gold advantage to Chiefs Black, to about 400 gold as well, so something that's going to keep the game moving. The tier comes through for Omni as well, and the Dark Seal, hope it's looking a little better for him now. Wow, Rosie does a lot of harass.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, Bard got that advantage at lower levels, and because of that, he's just going to push it all the way until Blinky decides to back. It's not a good lane for Blinky right here, but Only comes into gank.
Only is there. The exhaust comes through. There's the flash as well for 0. 3 members flash there. 0's going to lose first blood, but Blinky gets the ignite. A 1-for-1 trade because of Rosie's huge damage. Not going to be worth, but Zahi's actually down here as well. Backs off of Only. He's got the level advantage, but can't use it. That's a 1-for-1 trade.
I call that slightly worth for Alpha Sydney because they got that 1 kill onto Blinky there, and look at that. BF sword first pickup already. That's going to be so strong coming into this lane. All in all, 1v1.
Absolutely huge, yeah, man. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge power spike coming through. Recurve bow gets picked up by 0 in retrospect as well. And Omni hits 6 before BTKA, shows his dominance. Dark Steel, should I say, 2 stacks.
Who doubted the Dark Seal on Ryze? Who doubted it? We said he needs to get that level advantage. He needs to get to level 6 before BTKA does and burst him down, because once Zillion gets his ult, he can't. Look at that, level 5. You can't ult yourself if you're level 5. You get that kill.
He gets forced out of lane by Only. Comes back, still has a level on the Zillion. BTKA, still level 5 there. Actually a bit surprised how that happened, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe Only took a little bit too much experience as he went for that little visit in the mid lane. But what was he doing? Why isn't he hanging around? This is a Ryze with no flash pushing up. In fact, he was about more than halfway through the lane when he got to level 6. So I just got no idea.
Boots of swiftness coming through as well for Omni there. The tier, he's actually going to still continue pushing that in the middle lane as we take a look down bottom, some farming under turret. But 0 still in a small lead. I'm actually going to be too surprised if Praedyth keeps pushing this. I'm going to see some farm advantage come through as well. Zahi actually gets a smoke there, Only looking for the damage. Burst straight forward. Zahi takes a lot of damage, but going to back out of this one. Frogger in good position as well. Praedyth's going to have to watch out. He doesn't know where Only is at this stage. Could see a gank coming top.
Praedyth's got a little bit of a farm advantage, but given that this is farming under turret, I think Frogger should be able to catch up pretty well. All in all, nothing lost for Frogger in the bot lane.
Blinky follows it, the magical journey. Blinky gets an easy kill.
Teleports?
2 teleports, in fact, down in the bottom lane. BTK, we follow that one come through. Double kill comes through for Blinky. There is the ult from Praedyth, but he's going to chase him at this stage. Blinky doing quite a lot of damage with the BF sword coming through. 4 members of Absolute Sydney, a triple kill comes through. Doesn't matter about the ult. And Blinky, you are huge, my friend.
I'm not too sure what happened in the minds of Chiefs there, because they just lost a member and they said, you know what, we should still teleport anyway. Really? All right, if you really want to. I mean, you're a man down. You don't have any damage coming out from 0, so go ahead. And it was really their funeral to look at.
Omni doesn't actually have that teleport to use in that fight as well. A really big thing to note. 73 to 46 in that mid lane. big farm advantage for Omni. However, those 4 kills on Blinky look to see that Essence getting picked up now, I suspect.
It's getting pretty close to that, and Lucian does rush Essence Reaver because it gives him mana, gives him cooldown reduction, gives him damage. It gives him pretty much everything he needs.
Exactly right, and Dark Seal, hope it's going to be looking better soon. It's going to be the most focal point of my game. I love it. I do love it, but Only's here in the middle lane. Zahi following up close behind. I think he flashed over that wall.
He did.
Good flash, but now Zahi's here to retaliate. Keep an eye on Omni, ladies and gentlemen. He's up to something. Misses the minion.
BTK doesn't have ult, just for reference, if they want to fight.
Waiting to see that come through, of course. Used in the last team fight there. Zahi trying to harass, but only gets the better off of him. They're both going to disengage. Going to have a look back topside now. Get some extra gold from that pink ward, of course. Praedyth not yet into that. Oh my god. Oh my god, the damage. Where were my eyes? The shutdown goes to 0 down bottom. He needs that desperately as well, so some good gold going to 0 to get a bit of an advantage as we look in mid lane, and Omni's actually getting a bomb on him as well. Only gets sped up for the extra damage. Is he going to try and turn this one? Praedyth not roaming down. Zahi not going to go there as well. And a couple of flops coming through from Alpha Sydney, but still in a firm lead.
Omni says, you know what? No flash, no problems. I'm just going to run away. I'm going to root you, and then I'm going to keep on running. And it's not too much of a deal because he manages to get it. I think he'll do that one more time if he gets ganked, and then his flash will come back up. I think that's why Only doesn't really visit, because he can just get rooted in place, and nothing really happens to Omni. He can just walk away safely.
Still waiting for Praedyth to make his move around the map. Didn't go too well down bottom before, but Frogger going to show that he's still in command up top. Picks up the Spectral Cow, going to negate some damage coming through from Praedyth. Of course, the Rod of Ages not actually finishing just yet for Praedyth. That's what he needs to start scaling in this game. Rosie down bottom doing a lot of base damage as well. Picks up that Sightstone. Hasn't actually gone into the Frost Queen's claim yet, whereas looks like Mewtwo starts building that quite early. 4 assists, got a lot of gold coming through. Caulfield's Hammer as well on Blinky. And soon Essence of the Reaver will be quite close to finishing as Mewtwo takes quite a lot of damage. 0 can't count him out of this game just yet. Has the Bilgewater Cutlass. Pretty close to going into that Blade of the Ruined King. First item is going to make a big impact down bottom.
It is, so we'll really have to see who gets it first. Of course, Essence Reaver and Blade of the Ruined King both around the same price, so yeah, it really will be up to who farms better, who gets more of an advantage. And at the current moment, that looks like it's going to be Blinky, because he's got 4 kills on him.
And Blinky, you'd think he'd be changing the gold lead at this point in time, but it's actually quite even. In fact, a small advantage in Chiefs Black. And I got to say, that's all going towards Omni, and the fact that Zero is actually out farming bottom lane a little bit as well. Farm is a massive component in this game, and it's actually giving Chiefs Black a small advantage.
You know what? Zero says, you got 4 kills, I don't really care. I got 0 problem farming here. He's just going to continue to rend all of these minions. It doesn't look like Alpha Sydney are really putting up much of a fight, because the only real poke they can do is Lucian doing all of the work when he gets a shield onto him.
If that wasn't the biggest, I've got 4 kills, but farm ain't 1. You did good. You did really good. Only. Let's get back into it. As he moves his way down bottom, they're going to engage on the side of Alpha Sydney. Only is in there, and good timing. He flashes in. Nice work from Zero coming through. He absorbs the damage. Rosie comes back out. And the disengage from Zero was fantastic.
They all went on to Rosie there. They really thought, if we lock this guy up, we can get him down. And guess what? They completely forgot that Kalista can just pull Rosie back, and that's what she did. So there was no kill coming out of that, and Only wasted a lot of time at bot lane. There's quite a few tunnels around top. Surprisingly, Zahi isn't focusing around the top lane, especially around Rift Herald. He should be going for things like that, especially when Only ganks bot lane. So, you know, interesting to see how he does that. Maybe Omni's going back to purchase an item now.
That's right, and of course positioning of tunnels is a big key factor for Rek'Sai. You can always see the face of the game when you look at his tunneling, and he is actually trying to invade a little bit there. There is a tunnel just outside Only's red. He's playing quite aggressive in this early game, but hasn't made too much of an impact just yet. Only going to pick up his red there. Actually going to take that quite quickly, doing a lot of damage with the Warrior Enchantment finally fully built. Same with Zahi as well. Actually has a boost of swiftness. Both of them do, as I should say. Down bottom, getting pushed out quite hard there. CS advantage continuing to grow with Zero. And Rise in the middle lane. Omni. I want to see more stacks coming through.
Oh, talking about stacks though, Lissandra has started stacking
There
on
we
a
go.
Rod of Ages, and Blinky has also started scaling with Essence Reaver.
Dodges that in the middle lane there. BTKA has a lot of speed. Can't kill you in the Zillion. Coming through. Rod of Age is also getting fully built for BTKA. He's going to go ahead and absorb that one just a little bit quicker than his tier, of course. Stacks already building up. Both mid laners with the tier, really relying on that mana regen, of course, the damage that comes through. U2 might be a little bit out of position if they go for this. Misses the stun there. Rosie not going to pick it up.
Nushu actually used her ult there.
Oh, really? Did not see. I must be blind as a kite. I don't even know if kites can see, but that's all right. That's absolutely fine. Boots of Swiftness on a lot of the carries. Oh, my God. Omni actually gets pushed out here. And like I said, Boots of Swiftness. That's it. That's the main build at the moment. Boots of Swiftness. I can say it again. Boots of Swiftness. It's what you want to build on every single champion, apparently.
It's so strong, especially seeing as it's cheap, and it does so much work compared to the other boots. So why not pick it up? I mean, Rise doesn't really need any other stats. He doesn't need the magic resist going into this lane because he'll just straight up body the enemy. So
I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing a bit more Ionian boots coming through there. Omni going to tease. Look at him. He's satirical. What is the point of that? I don't know, but now he knows you're serious coming through. Cullen comes through the bottom. Going to clear that wave. Blinky backing off. Essence fully built. Blade fully built for Zero as well. Both 80 carries. Their first item power spike coming through. But I know more so than anyone that a Lucian with Essence just has that small advantage. Of course, Kalista Zero has a lot of sustain, but the burst damage and the huge sustain that comes out of Lucian with Essence of the Reaver might actually turn a fight down bottom.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And I'd give this one item advantage to Lucian in this instance because Blade the Ruined King, you only get more and more stats out of it when you build other attack speed items. Whereas Essence Reaver, it's good standalone. I mean, it's better with other crit because you get more cooldown reduction, but standalone, it is so much better than Blade the Ruined King.
That is if Rosie doesn't harass enough in that bottom lane to start off with. Rift Herald's going to go down to Alpha City unless Zahi has something to say about it. First Dragon not picked up either. BTK lands a bomb. Red team goes ahead and picks up the Rift Herald. Going to give it to Frogger Dog at this stage. Give a small advantage pushing against Kratos. But down bottom, Zero actually having to use the ultimate there. Blinky has the ignite, gets rendered there. So much coming through. Teleports from everyone. But two members of Alpha Sydney use their teleport. Zero is actually taking too much here. The Zhonya's actually comes out. Or what was it there? I think it was the ult from BTKA. He pops his ult there, so maybe it wasn't. No one's going to kill him at this stage. Actually gets a stun coming through. Two members go down because Frogger Dog dives in. And that makes it worth for Alpha City unless they can pick up Frogger Dog. It's not over just yet. Nice tunnel place, actually picks it up. Zahi looking for the final damage output. Only's going to come here and give some backup, but Praedyth is still there. Is he going to stick around or is Only going to back out at this stage? Praedyth and Zahi hot on the tail. Don't think they can pick it up at this stage. So it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade going in terms of Alpha Sydney.
Omni teleported way too late there. He saw his enemy go and he was just like, I'm going to pick up a few extra CS before I join this fight. And that was the downturn of them because he joined and really the only person you could go on to was BTK, who he didn't even kill. He didn't even pop the ultimate actually. You know, BTK ulted, but he didn't even die to use the ult. So
that's right.
Yeah, it's too little too late coming out of Omni and that's what lost him the fight there.
Sunfire Cape being fully built for Frogger Dog, of course, impacting that fight a massive amount. Rosie unable to do much in that backline, doing a lot of harass damage for Zero to get Blinky, but of course once all that is down, and don't think I saw that, I think that was the Bard ult that I got a little bit confused with before for BTKA. Stopped him there, but forcing a flash as well. Probably going to make it worth at this stage, of course, in littlest terms. Alpha Sydney proving that Chiefs Black are not dominating this competition as much as they thought. Actually quite proud of Alpha Sydney at this stage. Doing quite well in the early game, only making more of an impact than he did last week in the jungle. And of course we're seeing a better Graves jungle coming through as well. So far it wasn't utilized as much as it should be. And I think Graves in the jungle is still very, very strong. It's just about early aggression and impacting those lanes as soon as possible.
Speaking about Graves in the jungle, he's coming down bot side.
Oh my god, as soon as I say that though, Rosie, hey, there comes a fate call coming through. Only has a couple of spears in him. Rosie gets sent the other way. Zahi's down here as well. Going to save them this time. In the end, nothing happens, but more intensity continuing on bot side.
Chiefs Black had a really nicely placed ward in their tribe rush, and that alerted them in the nick of time that only was coming, and they managed to save their hinds there. Taking a look at ward placement, though, it looks like Alpha Sydney's prioritizing the bottom side of the map, whereas Chiefs Black is prioritizing the top
That's
side.
right.
They lost a Rift Herald. It's not coming up again for a long time. It's not coming up this game, in fact. So I don't really know why you're putting so much vision there. Maybe they just got mad. They said, you know what, we haven't really got the Rift Herald. Let's try and get some vision down there. Yeah, that'll really help us back. But no, Alpha Sydney are on the right track with their wards at the very least, because they got the Baron completely warded out, and like we saw, only managed to walk through a good portion of the Chiefs Black's jungle without them knowing.
Exactly right, and Zahi's actually spending a lot of time topside, so doesn't need to ward for himself, and only actually bottom side quite a lot, so I'd be seeing position reversal coming through for ward coverage. Blue goes on to Omni, and that is a nice, sizable CS advantage coming through. Of course, Rod of Age is built for both mid carries. Top turret goes down as well. There's not too much pressure coming from Alpha Sydney up there. What's keeping Chiefs Black in the driver's seat so far as Rosie continues to harass down bottom? It's not a wet noodle fight, as Mendrix would say, but it's still something going on down there. As I was saying, what's keeping the Chiefs Black in the fight is the CS advantage coming through from 3 carries. It is actually quite a huge amount, and there's actually a 2k gold lead coming through.
We were talking about the ADC matchups between Kalista and Lucian and their first item spike, and yet we said that Lucian was going to have that spike, but what we forgot to factor in was their 2 supports, and Rosie just doing so much damage here, compensating for that little bit of a deficit coming out from the natural power curve that Zero has. On the other side, he doesn't really have any opportunities except to disengage, you know, so he doesn't have any opportunity to go aggressive, to poke, and that's really putting them behind it.
Of course, but still getting some kills coming down through as the teleport comes through. There is the Bard ultimate, and the knockup's going to come through, but nicely timed Monsoon. Makes it so that Zero only picks up Blinky, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage. The damage comes through. Oh, the flash. It's not going to save him this time. Omni gets another kill, 2 more stacks going through, and 2-0 for Chiefs Black just puts him even further in the driver's seat.
I believe Praedyth also teleported, but it must have got cancelled by Frogadog because he didn't appear there. But he wasn't even needed. Yeah, he wasn't even needed. Omni was the only person there. Needed to cut off the escape path for Alpha Sydney, and they managed to pick up the kill. Really clean.
The trade-off there, Alpha Sydney gets middle turret. As the game progressing 21 minutes in, you've got to suspect that Rise really going to start ramping up soon, if he hasn't already. Seen him in the bottom lane doing quite a lot of damage. But hey, Dark Seal can surprise anyone at this stage. Zahi just going to tease the Gromp at this stage, pull him all the way out. Blinky's going to peek himself. We're waiting for this one. Oh, that's embarrassing.
No, we didn't see anything. We didn't see anything there, Blinky. But no, looking at positioning for Chiefs Black, it looks like they're focusing a lot on the bottom side of the map. Nobody's really taking care of top lane because they already got the turret there anyway, so it looks like they might be focusing around Dragon. At this point in the game, Dragon won with 6% extra AD and AP. It means something to your team, so they might look to pick that up. On the other hand, though, Alpha Sydney, they have the split push potential because they have both teleports up.
That's right, and CS continues to grow from Chiefs Black. Alpha Sydney, their top laner Frogadog picks up a second item. Actually quite early for Poppy coming through. Normally see that 2-item spike from Poppy, or should I say 2-item convergence from Poppy, coming at about 25 to 30 minutes, or should I say 28 minutes to be super specific. Praedyth positioning himself down bottom. He's going to find only here. The damage comes out. The culling is there as well. Nice escape with the glacial path. Going to get him out. Going to back off. Chiefs Black, 4 members strong down bottom. Look to see that they push this turret or go for a dragon.
This is really Alpha Sydney's game right here. For the next about 30 seconds, it's their entire map. Frogadog, he's choosing to take top turret right now, which is one of the correct choices. Another correct choice would have been to teleport down and take dragon, but hey, this is just as fine. You know, you get a turret. Yeah, turret for turret. You get a Blinky.
Oh my God! What happened to you? You two, can you deal with this? I don't think the Monsoon is there. I think he actually already used it. Double kill gonna go to Zero. And that's what we've known him for, ladies and gentlemen. Surprising us, bringing us out of the ballpark. The Kalista rend is so strong. I didn't see him pick up Renan's Hurricane. That's what it was. They pick up bottom turret as well. Chiefs Black definitely in the driver's seat as we move to this mid-game.
Oh, Bard altered here.
Gets the turret, just what he needed.
Yeah, exactly. He says everybody gets a Zonya except for you. You get an Ohm Wrecker. But yeah, not much coming out of that. Look, we were saying that in the bottom lane, Alpha Sydney should have the natural advantage, but in terms of just knowing what's going on in the map, Chiefs Black is just taking this game out for themselves, because as soon as Nutu goes out to ward, goes out to roam, goes out to do pretty much anything that involves Blinky being by himself, Chiefs Black just pull the trigger and hard engage on it. Like we saw, Zero just 1v1'd him.
Quite symbolic of Chiefs Black. 25-minute Dragon coming through, just like games 1 and 2. Pretty straightforward stuff coming through. The Rand goes in, and looks like Chiefs Blacks pick up the first Dragon of the game with that gold advantage as well, and that extra damage that's going to come through from that. Going to be seeing Zero do quite a lot at this stage.
At the current moment, Only's just still farming his jungle. He's trying to do anything to catch back up, but it's quite a deficit right now, more than 4,000 gold difference. So, Alpha Sydney, you're going to have to really look for new places to get your gold out here.
That's right. Omni goes to the Magi's, upgrades that straight away. Actually goes to Seraph's Embrace, has that fully stacked already. BTKA picks up the Archangel Staff, but doesn't have the stacks on the tier just yet, so going to continue popping that one forward. Looks like we're pretty close to Omni going to full stacks of Rod of Ages as well. Picks up the Rod. So, God, I'm just scared about what this Rise is going to become in this mid to late game.
Yeah, 2 fully stacked items on Rise.
Oh,
that's not great.
My God.
Whoa.
I think Zero actually wants to go in this one a little bit late with Rosie. Teleport comes through the Monsoon as well on Zero, but he's going to re-engage back onto Mewtwo. Some good shields coming out, but not enough. 1-for-1 trade so far, and a nice flash from Zahi. Knocks everyone in the air, only gets taken out. Now Praedyth forcing a flash from Froggadog actually goes over the wall. 2-for-1 trade in the end. Chiefs Black still strong, or should I say 3-for-1 trade as BTK forced to use his ult. Good timing. Omni's into the fight now. He's going to engage on Froggadog, doing quite a lot of damage. Praedyth stunning and helping as much as he can. There's the Bard in the backline. Froggadog just trying to get home, trying to get to safety. Praedyth, can he finish his kill with Omni? Shutdown goes there. Magi's gets even stronger. They're looking for the last kill, but don't find it. 3-for-1 trade. Chiefs Black in the driver's seat. How much more can I say it? They're so huge at the moment.
Alpha Sydney were like, look, we got to pull the trigger. We got the stronger bot lane. Somebody come over here. So they all converged down bot side, and they all dived.
Ooh,
it didn't work too well for
BTKA.
them. Oh, BTKA.
No, it didn't work too well, did it, Jimmy? I mean, like, Omni again taking control of this situation. What is he doing there? Double kill goes to Omni. I told you, Rise, man. Magi's. Look at him. Look at him. Don't touch him. Stop it.
He's got
Rise
22 stacks right here.
Rise, take my energy. Take it.
This is what you can do, starting with the Dark Seal. You couldn't do this with Magi's before.
Oh, my God.
So he's pretty much stacking up all of his items. I don't know what item he's going for last. Maybe it's...
What car are we driving? What car are we driving? Because the driver's seat, I don't know where it is anymore. Chiefs Black are absolutely dominating this mid-game. They've turned this game around from a possible guess to something else entirely here. As the camera just can't believe it either. Look at it. It's going left, right, and center. It doesn't know what's going on. Zahi going to back out of this one. All members of Chiefs Black well and truly in the lead. And what we were seeing before, a 1-3-0 becomes a 5-4. They're going to get top turret. That's going to be their 6th turret of the game. Well and truly in the gold advantage now. Would not be too surprised if I saw them get Baron, but I think they're just going to back off at this stage.
They're going to back off, but hey, what a time to back off. You just destroyed every single structure that's not inside Alpha Sydney's base. I'd take that as a pretty strong victory compared to the fact that Alpha Sydney only have top and mid turret.
Exactly right. Omni going to go past the pink ward here. Not going to go straight past, instead just going to throw some stuff out. Will he still blue? No, he's not at this stage. Rise very, very big at the moment. 6-for-0-for-1. I believe that's 22 stacks coming through for Magi's. Remember that if he dies, he loses all of that. But Omni, yet to die just yet, pops the ult. He's looking to 1v3. He's massive at the moment. Whether it's Twisted Fate or Rise, he's going to laugh it out. Back off. And just like we predicted there, Chiefs Black going to start up the Baron. Alpha Sydney going to have to contest this. Otherwise, the pushing power and the damage that's going to come through is going to be immense. Looks like they're back off at this stage. Pretty good positioning coming through. Wait for Chiefs Black, or rather Omni, to engage a fight. Looking for it, Jimmy. I'm really looking for it.
Frogger he just charges ultimate because he said, I don't really want these guys to get Baron, but you know, everybody backed off. So it's going to go on that shorter cooldown because he didn't quite cast it all. It's pretty good for Alpha Sydney right now. They can continue to threaten with the Poppy ultimate. Baron's going to be pretty hard to do in this situation, but they're going to do it anyway.
They're exactly right. They're back, and remember that Zero is like another smite coming through. Alpha Sydney actually back off that one. They don't challenge it a second time. First Baron of the game goes to Chiefs Black. Looks like they're going to position themselves top, a classic 3-1-1 possibly, with Omni in the mid lane and Praedyth moving towards that bottom lane. Not sure what he's doing down there at the moment, but doesn't really matter, of course. Zahi clearing wards, probably doesn't want to go too far ahead. Zero and Rosie there. Alpha Sydney trying to get a pick with this Baron buff, but don't find one. Zero and Rosie going to continue pushing top. A lot of members of Alpha Sydney going to come and challenge that. Omni's really fine in the middle lane. I've got to say, if there's anyone that's going to split push and probably challenge the rest of the Alpha Sydney, it's Omni at this stage.
Exactly, and if you need to be there in less than 2 seconds, you can always teleport because his teleport is up. But having said that, we've seen that Rise. He didn't just 1v1, he 2v1. He nearly 3v1 if they didn't run away fast enough.
That's right.
Yeah, so look at all these items. He's even got a Void Staff, so he's ready to team fight as well. Because that Locket, it's doing nothing right now.
That's exactly right. I just can't believe the power spikes coming out of Chiefs Black at the moment. Of course, Alpha Sydney still got some hope there. Only has just picked up Yomu's as well. Hex Drinker doesn't come through in the end, but sorry, or should I say more of Malmortius I'd be expecting to come through. Essence of the Reaver and a rapid fire cannon for the Lucian. Of course, going to have that range and extra damage coming through, but Zero Sterix Gauge as a third item and an Alacrity bonus on the movement speed boots. Oh, God, Boots of Speed. Oh, you're still a classic, aren't you? Spooky Ghost come through. No one going to challenge it for Alpha Sydney. All they can do at the moment is defend. Baron buff got about half the time left. Zero doing so much damage there. Sterix Gauge, of course, a classic pickup. Third item, Callista. What we expected coming through.
Exactly, and Sterix Gauge seems to be the new go-to defensive item. It used to be GA, and then that got changed to Banshees, and then later people like Mercurial, but they're sieging here.
Frogger Dog actually comes through. Zahi takes a lot of damage. There's the Bard ultimate, stops the turret. Let's have a look as, oh my God, gets sent flying. Blinky takes out Zahi. That's one member. And Zillion's going to back off. Blinky's going to stay in that top lane. It's just a 1-for-0 trade in the end. Chiefs Black not coming out on top on that one. But a really nice Poppy Hammer comes through. Disengages the team. Omni's still going to stick around in this top side.
I'm quite strange. I'm quite surprised actually that
I'm strange too, don't worry.
that they're sticking around. You know, it's 4v5, but they say, you know what, we got Omni. He counts for 2 people. He's so strong right now. Why not just stick around? Quite strange, but hey, if they didn't really need Zahe before, maybe they can siege right now.
Praedyth walks off. Very, very slow, but doesn't care. Zonya's Rabadons and the Rod of Ages comes through. That's 3 items strong. If you're not going to see Praedyth come through in this game, then you're definitely going to see Omni. We had a big focus at the start of the game. It was on Praedyth, of course. I won't be shy. I won't tell lies, but Praedyth has impressed us in the past 2 games. This game, Omni is throwing it out of the park, as a good Rise should. His advantage in CS is disgusting right now. And look at the top lane as well. Praedyth, a nice CS advantage as well. All of Chief Black, their laning phase has been absolute dominance come through. Even if the jungler ganks, even if Only has been coming through and making some fantastic ganks, members of Alpha Sydney haven't been able to sustain that lead in lane and have just fallen off. Another Dragon goes to Chiefs Black, and again, they're just pushing this game out. Late game's going to work in their favor.
Unfortunately here, Alpha Sydney, they didn't really pick the right comp for Graves. They just said, hey, look, Graves is open. We should really pick Graves without really considering their laners. Because if you take a look at their laners, they do have CC, but it's all conditional. But it looks like a bit of a fight in the bottom lane, at the very least a siege.
We're looking for some damage to come through. Of course, Chief Black's going to really engage that. Praedyth goes in with the flash, and there's the Frozen Tomb, or hasn't it been done just yet? Doesn't use it on himself, I don't think, or a bit of a delay. Chief Black don't even pick up that turret. I don't think he was on the same wavelength that game. Praedyth, really heavy engage, but none of the team followed. Not sure what was going on there.
We highlighted Lissandra as having the ability to go in 1v5 and to say, hey guys, come on, I engage. But that actually worked out against him in this instance because he died without actually using his ultimate. So, I don't really know what was happening with Brayden. Maybe it was a communication error. Maybe he said, hey, I'm going in, and everybody's like, oh, really? Really? But, yeah, it looks like Lissandra's going to hard dive the turret, Sonya's, and then not much.
Unfortunately, Chiefs Black don't pick up that turret either, so there's no consolation prize in the end. Top pushing quite hard for Alpha Sydney, but Zahi going to go and match this with Rosie. Rosie goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet, and what more can you ask for in a support that's got Ignite and a lot of base damage? I mean, honestly, Rosie, first it was Kennen, I believe, from last week, and now it's Bard. He's still in it. I mean, Bard not seeing much competitive play. However, Rosie makes a lot of supports look quite easy.
Of course he does, and he just pulls out all of this damage that we don't really see. I mean, Kennen, he does damage, but he needs some scaling, and without those items, he still did damage, and we were sort of, you know, sitting here with our mouths open, and he's doing once again with Bard. Bard only has 2 abilities that scale. One is his passive, but he's doing so much damage all throughout the game, not just in laning phase, you know, he's still pulling out a lot of AoE in these late game team fights.
I feel like Alpha Sydney are pinging the Nexus right now for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but the Nexus needs targeting, and so do all those turrets you can't reach to. So good of Alpha Sydney to sort of position themselves to get the Nexus. I mean, that is the end goal in the end anyway. Baron going to be coming up soon. And in lighter notes, Alpha Sydney probably have to contest this one. Chiefs Black not actually doing too much with last Baron buff, so hopefully changes in that sense. Otherwise, Alpha Sydney going to capitalize on that, change up a little bit, and of course, do what they did as I believe it was the first week there, and they really had this momentum come through at the last minute, so can't count them out just yet. Blinky looking to build into either, I believe it's the Bloodthirster coming through as his third item. They're going to meet the Sterix gauge. Chiefs Black sitting in this top side jungle. Alpha Sydney, not too much ward coverage just yet, so they don't know where they are. But New2 can't really get in position to pop those wards at this stage. Omni picks up blue. Waiting for this Baron to come up. They think it's up. They're going to come and engage. But if they go into this blind, Chiefs Black, that's exactly what they need right now.
Hey, speaking about Omni picking up blue, the map's looking pretty blue here. I can't really see too much vision go over to the side of Alpha Sydney. Top and bot side is pretty much covered for Chiefs. Alpha Sydney's getting whatever scraps they can. If you take a look over there, barely outside their base. So they don't really know what's going on out here. They just managed to get a pink into that brush.
Can I just point out that all members have the scrying, or the, what do you know, the
scrying.
That's the blue one? Yeah. Yep, the blue one? Fantastic. Fantastic that I got that right. All members have it. It looks like Chiefs Black try and go in here, disengage from Froggadog quite manually there. Omni going to back off as well. Chiefs Black moving to this middle lane. Alpha Sydney not too sure what to do with themselves. Blinky's still in the middle lane, trying to defend this. They're going to back off, position themselves quite defensively. Chiefs Black looks like they're going to initiate the Baron here. All members of Alpha Sydney have the blue ward. None of them are getting close to the bush. None of them are clearing wards. They're going to use pinks instead. And look at the Baron go down here. Double smite comes through. The Rend smite itself. Chiefs Black pick up the second Baron of the game.
They finally got a little bit of vision in there, but what are you going to do with vision? That ward doesn't do any damage. It's not quite going to steal Baron for you. They couldn't even get anywhere close to that because it was just being blocked out there by Rosie, out of all people. He was just standing there saying, hey, you guys can't pass. You know, he was cosplaying Gandalf there. And he gave his team a free Baron.
Oh, God, it's great to see Gandalf in competitive play. He always gets banned, but as long as he gets put through, that's all that matters in the end.
Stopping your enemy from going there, it's a pretty strong ability.
You shall not pass. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall not pass. Oh, God. The times we have here in the studio is just fantastic. Chiefs Black, look at them. They're coming through mid lane. They're going to position themselves once again, pushing down and sieging that mid turret as best they can. But Alpha Sydney, although not quite the biggest siege comp, I'd say that their wave clear is quite huge at this point in time. BTKA and Blinky both have quite a lot of wave clear. Praetus doesn't make it over the wall, just to point out just that little bit there. There's a lot of wave clear in Alpha Sydney, and that's what's keeping them alive at this point in time. Of course, Only has a bit of wave clear himself, but he's really good for engaging. As Froggadog goes in on Omni there, not sure if this was what they wanted. The hammer comes out, sends Praetus back there, so now it's a 4v5, but Omni kind of likes 4v5. A lot of damage goes into Froggadog. Zahi tries to get the backline, does enough damage himself. Praetus is back after the super mega death hammer, And now it's a 5v5 again. Blinky goes back. Chiefs Black looking for another opportunity. Not too many of the carries are low at this stage. Zahi has that tunnel available to him. Praetor looks for the glacial path, doesn't find it. The Zillion bombs there. Wow, that's doing a lot of damage. Who's going to engage? Blinky and BTKA take out Praetor. Wow, the damage that is coming through is absolutely immense. And that's why we're not counting Alpha Sydney out at this stage. Their ability to defend could turn this game around, bring them out of the base, and Chiefs Black could throw this game at any moment.
Blinky caught Praetor out just as well as he caught me out. I just didn't even expect that. Praetor had his Zhonya's, and he also had his Glacial Tomb. He didn't use either of those. He just went down straight away with the love taps from Lucian. But they're going to pick up the Dragon regardless. But wow, that was a lot of damage coming out from Blinky.
Exactly right. Blinky picks up the Merc Skim as his third item. I was actually thinking he was going towards the Bloodthirst that had come through. Give him that shield, give him that defensive capabilities, but instead surprises us, gets the disengage, gets the cleanse coming through, especially with Zahi and Omni. Really, the knockup's not much, but Praetor, definitely one to get that up against. So well done for Blinky for sort of thinking on his feet. Farm advantage is shortening throughout that bottom lane. However, Omni, God, 110 is a massive amount. Praetor up top as well. Big farm advantage coming through. A 15k gold lead for Chiefs Black. However, they just can't finish this game off.
For some reason, they're not playing to their strengths. And what their strengths are is really Praetor hard engaging. I don't know why he's waiting on the backside. Just, you know, waiting there to die, but they're his fight.
Maybe this is it. The turret goes down. Praetor takes so much damage, but ults himself. U2's the only one who's really quite low. Praetor goes down to Blinky once again. Zahi's going to disengage. Froggadog is quite confident. The bomb gets everyone. And now it's 4 members strong of Chiefs Black, or should I say weak as they back off. You can't kill Froggadog just yet. The Ren doesn't go off. Zero not able to do much, and Blinky gets himself 2 kills. Froggadog engages once again. Zero on that backline, doing quite a lot. The shutdown goes to Zahi, so now 1 kill for Chiefs Black, but Zero goes down to Only. Rosie trying to go through his magical journey. Only is following this one. Froggadog gets another kill for Absolute, or sort of say, yeah, they're Absolute at this stage. Alpha Sydney, and what alphas are they? 4 members for 1. The defense just went to the offense.
Praetor, he used his advantage. I was gonna say, use your playstyle. His playstyle is hard engaging and then just ulting himself, and he did that. And then they lost because they weren't quite on the same track, you know? They were just not in the mood to engage because they haven't been engaging for about 20 minutes in this game, and all of a sudden Praetor says, hey guys, it was my job to engage, right? So he goes in and he caught his own team off guard, and that actually caused the demise of them.
I think the teleport came in through, and there was some good instincts coming behind that one, but unfortunately the damage coming through from Blinky is just too much to compensate at this stage. He's 7 for 8, however the Infinity Edge gets picked up, 4th item. He just keeps surprising me. I've got to stop calling items here because I keep thinking the Bloodthirster is the best pickup, but of course he knows better than I do. Blinky, a lot of damage coming through. Bloodthirster gets picked up for 0, however. And that is a smart itemization, considering that the team fights are going a bit south. Sustaining in them and doing a lot more damage is what Zero needs at this stage. Zahi picks up a Thornmail, anti-Blinky patrol coming through. And I gotta say, Omni, having died that one time, loses half of his stacks. Or sorry, 10 stacks coming through. Omni loses a bit of AP, however. And I'm a bit concerned how this is going for Chiefs Black. They look like they were smashing this out a little bit before. And Omni even took my energy, but obviously not enough of it. They're going to sit outside this base continually. They can't push, however. Inhib open. Chiefs Black just need to get in there, take the inhib, get a bit more pushing pressure. We're waiting for it. Froggadog actually engages again on Zahi, but is he the right person as the power spike comes through? The hammer as well, waiting for that passive to go down, or should I say ultimate, gets, oh my god, the Ren comes through. Zero and Mewtwo. Mewtwo goes down, Inhib goes down. This is what we're waiting for. We were expecting this 15 minutes ago. Chiefs Black push into the base. It's well and truly broken. 2 kills for Zero. Zero doing quite a lot. And Praetor is actually quite squishy. 1 Nexus turret goes down. And finally, we see Chiefs Black break the base.
Froggadog got way too confident there. He said, I won these fights. I'm going to continue winning these fights by going and goes in.
Oh my god.
Cut off from his team.
Oh my god. And that's how they end it. Suddenly looking weak in front of the turrets there. They look absolutely like, oh, Alpha Sydney's going to come back, take this game, and absolutely surprise us out of the ballpark. But instead, no, ladies and gentlemen, Chiefs Black walk into the base in the end. Omni and Zero doing quite a lot. And Jimmy, I mean, like, what a first game. That looked peak for Alpha Sydney at one point. But Chiefs Black so strong. The experienced team comes through, the sister team of the Chiefs, and the Rise. Good pick. Good pick for the Rise.
It was actually quite awkward to watch because both these teams had really strong counter-engage.
Yeah.
So that is not really going in yourself, but waiting for the enemy to come to you and then doing something about that. And neither of them really wanted to pull the trigger. So it was a lot of standoff in this game, but eventually it came through for the Chiefs.
And of course, Callista, you got to think that Callista pick or ban. Of course, that's coming through, and we've seen 100% pick or ban ratio in the Oceanic Challenges, the Chili series. Ooh, the Challenger series so far. See, I've given all my energy out. I call it the Chili series. So we look at the standings there, and Chiefs Black take out the first win of the night. But up next, Abyss Red and Legacy Genesis. Jimmy and I will do that one for you. And then, of course, later on, Mendrix and Rogi joining you for Legion and Abyss White. Four-Knot and Sentinel Esports. Some fantastic games coming up for you tonight. Of course, Chiefs Black, no big surprise there. They're 3-0 in the lead so far. They're going to have to wait for Legacy Genesis next game. See if they can keep up. See if they can join that first position as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around with us because it's only heating up for you tonight. We'll be back with you very, very shortly for the Oceanic Challenger Series.
Wait a minute!
So I said, no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. The hype could not be more intensified. My name is Jake Hysterics Ozzypenko. With you is Jimmy Preacher Fu. And ladies and gents, last game, Chiefs Black absolutely blew us out of the park at the start of the game, but Alpha Sydney contending and showing us what a great team they are. And of course, keeping themselves in the tournament, or should I say, keeping themselves in the game. Of course, they're still in the tournament. Who am I? But too much energy. I said, take my energy, and they took my energy. I tell you, it's gonna happen all night for you. Alpha Sydney played a fantastic Lucian there. Blinky was absolutely amazing in that mid-game. Of course, picking up the Infinity Edge spiked him, but picking out Praedyth as well. Chiefs Black almost threw that game and their early gold advantage. So they're not the strongest team in the league, of course. One of them, but can't rule out Alpha Sydney in a fantastic game. Lucian and Callista, the 80 carries at the moment, are doing quite a lot of work, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. And Blinky, he is so comfortable on Lucian. I've seen him in tournaments below the Oceanic Challenger Series where he has played a lot of the Lucian.
Yeah.
He knows this champion back to front. He knows that he's a scrapper.
Yeah.
His team does all the damage. And then at the very end, Lucian says, oh, wow, I can come in from this angle. Dash, go in, kill him, dash, back out. And he doesn't take any damage. And we saw that a couple of times. He took out the Lysandra and he also took out the Rise. He was doing quite well for his team.
That's right. And Omni actually only died once, and that one time was to Blinky as well. So props to him for taking out the Magi's Rise. Like early game, Dark Seal. That is confidence. That is the tick of approval. If you're playing a mid laner and you pick up the Dark Seal, you're laughing in your enemy's face. That's pretty much what it is. You're saying, I will win. I will get the stacks because I will go well.
Well, it's also for yourself, right? Because you're going into a Zillion, you say, I gotta kill this guy before he gets to level 6. If I don't kill him before level 6, I'll never kill him. So, it's also to himself. Gives him a little bit of healing from pots, though, but who needs to talk about that?
And of course, it's great to see Zillion coming into the Challenger Series. Patch 6.2, you've seen a lot of it throughout the world. Excuse me, I'll just die. Zillion almost killed me. Korean series, of course, the LCS coming out in EU as well. Zillion in the mid lane and even in the top lane at the moment is proving to be this huge AP mage who just does this instant burst. Land a bomb and that was half health for Praedyth. Double bomb, stun, kill. It was as simple as that. And I thought, look, Zillion would turn it around as long as he gets that freedom to move in the backline. Didn't get the freedom, didn't do as much in that mid game.
No, unfortunately not. And that is the power of Zillion coming through. We see teams sort of be less mobile than in 6.1. And if you have a mobile team, what you want to do is you want to pick Lulu because she is on the go. In fact, she speeds you up just like Zillion. Like we were talking about before this day really started, Zillion and Lulu, they pretty much have the same kit. But for going into a team that doesn't have so much mobility, Zillion is the key. Especially going into the likes of a Rise, who doesn't really move fast except for his ultimate, and a Lysandra, who you know exactly where she's going to be before she gets there. Yeah, it's a really good pickup because you can bomb them pretty easily.
And only in the beginning of the game, played an awesome Graves jungle. Aggression in that mid lane, trying to shut that Rise down, was actually something I was praising him on. However, despite the Zillion speed-ups there, only sort of fell off in that mid-game. I feel like his aggression lacked a little bit. And keeping zone control of those objectives like Dragon and even Rift Herald, although getting the only Rift Herald of the game, probably would have liked to see it on Omni himself because he was making a lot of pressure in the mid lane. And that's probably where you want to send him in that early game there. But only not failing as the Graves jungle, however, not being as oppressive as Zahi's Rek'Sai.
And that is the problem with Graves jungle in the matchup we were talking about because they pick Graves for the sake of Graves, right?
That's right.
All of the CC that they had in their lanes was conditional. Top lane, conditional. You have to stun them into a wall. Mid lane, conditional. You got to land both of the bombs. Bot lane, so conditional. They got to run into your tornado. So yeah.
Speaking of tornadoes, I've actually been waiting for this with Abyss Red and Legacy Genesis. Our next game coming up there. Strawbella's a fantastic Janna coming through as well. Despite that, I don't see Strawbella. I haven't actually seen Strawbella on the Janna just yet, unless my mind is going round and round in circles. Luch, another fantastic player coming through from Abyss Red. A fantastic Orianna main. Of course, leaving that open gives Luch the ability of a comfort pick coming through. And 6.2, not too much in the ways of Orianna. She's been kept the same. She's this consistent threat throughout the game that still does a lot of damage. And Psyker, not one to pick up that Orianna. Instead goes for the Victor, the very aggressive mid laner. If Luch plays into the hands again, gets that comfort pick, Oriana's what's been changing the games for Abyss Red.
Hopefully they'll get Oriana and Janna on the same team, because can you imagine that old combo?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like Janna pushes everybody away and then Ori pulls nothing in. But, you know, all jokes aside, yeah, they're two really strong comfort champions as we go into Champ Select right here.
Oh my god, some quick bans actually come through there. Lissandra, Poppy, and Callista on the side of Abyss Red. And I'm actually quite surprised to see Gangplank getting taken out. Gets a bit of nerfing in 6.1 and 6.2. So taking that away from Pabu or even Luch if he wants to play in mid. Corki and Fiora, some pretty standard stuff, really focalizing on those top laners throughout there. 3 top laners or 4 top laners going through there. Corki and Callista. And after the last game, not too surprised. Strawbella on the Alistair coming through too. And Zami and Zeppa, a really strong bot lane combination. They played Poppy in support last time, so look to see that actually getting banned off. Probably because of Zeppa.
Probably because of Zeppa. He just does so much on this Poppy. All you got to do is wave your hammer around once you get to level 6, and everybody's just like, oh, we got to back off. We can't really fight this because then we're going to get disengaged and it's going to be an uneven fight. Talking about the Alistar, though, I love this champ. I love this champ right now because he just brings tons of utility. Not only does he have so much CC for team fights, even for skirmishes, but once he gets to level 6, oh, look at that. We've got Nautilus as well.
Thank God. But you're exactly right. The skirmishes are really what turns him. I'm seeing Nautilus getting played a lot in 6.2. Nautilus as a top laner is what we've been seeing. Of course, Graves gets picked there. Probably not expecting him to see him in AD carry, but of course a nice flex pick. As Mendrix would say, he can be top and he can be AD carry. He could even be mid if you wanted him to. Put him in the jungle, put him in support. It's Graves. You could do whatever you want. Nautilus comes through. And Teleport going to get picked up there probably by both mid and top. Something common coming through. Trundle is a bit of a hover. Trundle would be a nice pick to go up there. And they lock in the Morgana and the Trundle. Look to be seeing Trundle up there as Morgana gets locked in. Haven't seen Morgana mid in quite a while, so...
Probably not mid.
Probably
I mean, it
not
could
mid.
be mid. It could be, but probably not. And this is actually what I like coming out of Abyss Esports. They actually picked a lot of CC to go with the Graves. And this was the problem that we saw last game. There was no CC. Well, it was conditional. It was very
That's right.
conditional.
Alpha Sydney didn't really play into the hands of their team composition. So Graves getting picked up. You're exactly right, Jimmy. Look to see the AD carry that could complement that, and even the mid laner as well. Ezreal, how do we fit that in?
He's just a standalone.
That's
While
right.
everybody else is going really, really ham into a team fight, Ezreal's just sort of standing at the back, taking care of himself. If somebody decides to dive him, he can take care of that, no problem at all. So he's just going to be that standalone plug-and-play. ADCs don't generally do too much in team fights that differ from other ADCs. You know, they're just there to output a lot of damage. So Ezreal takes care of himself. Victor, though. 1
second to go, and Luch goes ahead and picks up Victor. No Oriana coming through, which is quite a surprising feat. And instead, I see something like a Victor getting picked there. That is quite a different team composition, but so much lockdown there, and Raps, all he has to do is come through and pretty much poke and do what Ezreal does, which is just move around that team composition. So,
yeah, that Victor pickup is really strange because as we were saying before, Luch is such a big Oriana player. Take a look at this. You got 2 people who can deliver the ball. You got Alistair and you also got Nautilus who can go completely into the enemy team. So I don't really understand why. Victor brings a lot of wave clear, but so does Oriana. We'll have to see.
I'm just a bit disappointed we didn't see Yasuo come through. I mean, look at the knock up there, as if you wouldn't have Yasuo in that team composition. Instead, we settle for a Victor, and that's quite all right. Looks like the bottom lane's probably going to be that Alistair and Ezreal combination. Is this going to be the first Jhin? No, instead we see a Lux. Now, that's a little bit different there.
Yeah, I mean, Lux is super strong in this patch. I'm actually surprised that nobody picked her up before. She's just got tons of damage, and she's got like a lot more utility with the Q being buffed, with the bind durations being buffed. But other than that, she's in a perfect spot right now. She scales quite well according to the item curve that we see. Nice pickup. I would have liked to see Zillion, but Lux, hey, she works just as well.
That's all right, because Lux is actually quite a big surprise. Victor versus Lux mid, there's quite some counter options coming through. Luch actually picks up Cleanse, so some good summoners to come through there. Not going to see a double TP as we are with Legacy. Remember that Legacy Genesis we've seen before in the Oceanic Challenger series. The synergy is surreal, and that's what's been Legacy Genesis' really big kicking off point. Their synergy in comparison to other teams, I've felt, has absolutely superseded our expectations. Chiefs Black, sure, their synergy may be good, but Legacy Genesis, keep an eye on this game, because if there's anything that puts them in favor, it's team synergy.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, these are the two teams who have sister teams in the OPL.
That's right.
Yep, they've got all of the support stuff at their disposal if they choose to use it, if they need to use it, in fact. So, yeah, their team synergy should be through the roof.
That's exactly right. And look, we do see some pretty standard 80 carries coming through. Ezreal's a nice little pickup there, and that team composition coming through from Abyss Red, I'm actually quite a bit surprised that there is quite a bit of lockdown. So the Graves jungle has that momentum, has that ability to sort of gank the lanes a lot easier. However, we haven't seen it utilized as well as it should be in the Oceanic Challenger Series just yet. So wait and see if that Graves can probably pop out more than early game like last game, because Graves is doing a lot of damage. Just mid-game just falls off just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And his biggest problem is he brings no CC to ganks. But hey, we got a Nautilus top, we got an Alistar bot. Who needs your CC when you got that sort of setup? Yeah, probably no one.
Probably no one. And Pabu up top with the Nautilus. I mean, he has picked strange champions before. I was actually waiting for, if it wasn't banned there, would like to have seen the Fiora up there with Pabu. And even the Trundle comes through in the end. However, we've settled for a Nautilus top and being played a lot in the many different regions at the moment. Something I want to focus on, though, is the bottom lane pressure. Last game, so much underlying pressure down there, down in the bottom lane. Of course, the 80 carries are sort of shaping this game at the moment. We'll look to see whether we see a Graves moving down bottom, because last game it was pretty much about the mid lane, pretty much about the mid-game rise. Didn't stop him in the end, though. Bit of a waste of time.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I liked the first gank. It popped a flash, but nothing more after that, and I was quite disappointed because you wait until he had flash again to go, and it doesn't really make too much sense. But yeah, hopefully this game there should be a lot of focus down on the bottom lane, hoping to get your ADC scaled as opposed to theirs from both of the junglers coming in. Yeah.
And of course with Ezreal, I mean, his ability to sort of dodge anything that Graves puts out, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. All you have to wait for is use his arcane shift. If he re-engages in the lane, I'm probably going to see him, stick around, be a bit of a fool if that happens. And then the jungler going to come down and come in as a Graves should. I'm surprised I actually didn't see an Elise coming through.
Elise was picked, actually.
Oh my god, I've got no brain cells. That's it. Done. Absolutely
She
done.
was actually picked before Graves, which I find quite strange. I mean, I guess I personally quite like Elise because she brings a lot of utility to the game. Once you get level 3, you have your power spike because you get access to all 6 of your spells. But Graves is the go-to, apparently, but not for this game.
Maybe it's comfort over meta at this point in time. I mean, Elise did get a minor nerf coming through. Not much to really rant about. I mean, Runic Echo is still a really strong jungle item coming through. However, Graves, I feel, is falling off slowly. And as we get to 6.3, I feel like we won't see him as much. Probably see those other jugglers coming back in. Rek'Sai's always been pretty stable. And, of course, Elise as well. The Spiderling, she does a lot of work.
Yeah, she does a lot of damage. Tanking up early camps. You can even... Yeah, if you play it right, if you play around the dragon right, you even can tank about 3 or 4 of the shots with your Spiderlings at around level 4. So yeah, that's pretty strong.
And of course, the gank ability of Elise sort of heightens her senses, as if the player has any senses. But heightens the senses and sort of gets the team composition going. I've always found that the cocoon from Elise starts off that engage, and having the Trundle come through is a bit of opposition, whether it be on your own team or the enemy team. That opposition from Trundle is always something good to note. That pillar at the moment is still quite overpowered. The slow duration and getting that pinpoint in the middle, that knock-up is absolutely huge.
I love the pillar. I love Pillar. In fact, I believe I have a Trundle, a friend who's a Trundle main, and he says Pillar is the #1 best ability in the game, and he justifies it with an hour rant at a time whenever you disagree with him. So don't disagree with him if you see him on the Rift. But yeah, especially with that Pillar, it completely slows you. It displaces you if you're casting an ability, but the important bit is it slows you by about 70% at rank 1. That's insane. And Elise, normally with her Cocoon, it's used as a counter engage. So somebody jumps onto you, and then you fire your Cocoon into them. You can't really use it to engage because they can just run backwards and kite it back pretty easily. But with that Trundle Pillar, it sets up perfect cocoons for his team. Yeah.
That's right. And look, Team Synergy, I mean, with Legacy Genesis really havocing there. Can't say much about Abyss Red so far. Of course, we've only seen 2 games from them, so the teams are still just ramping up. Remember that the winners of this get a chance of going into the OPL, and that's the main thing you want here. Chiefs Black and Legacy Genesis at the top of the leaderboard so far, but Abyss Red do have a win on the table coming through. So definitely don't count them out so far. As we go to a bit of a pause, the players are just trying to get their composure coming through. I feel like the intensity is just going to grow and grow and grow, Jimmy.
Get your game face on.
That's exactly what needs to happen here. If there's no game face, there's no game. If there's no face, there's no game either. So really important aspects there. And I can't believe I just got serious about game face.
You gave all of your energy to Omni, and now it's all about game face.
All about the game face there. And my game face should tell you that Babip, that's my friend. Thank you. The name escapes me. But Babip, at least, yes, correct. I have to confirm everything now. I've just fallen off the bandwagon. Fallen way, way off it. Babip plays very, very aggressive early. Squiggle in the top lane. One of my favorites at the moment because he knows how to play Trundle. We all know he knows how to play Trundle. His positioning of the pillar is absolutely fantastic. Zami and Zeppa down in the bottom lane. Last week, now that's where Synergy, this is where my basis of Synergy comes from. Zami and Zeppa like to have been playing together for years, since Season 1 together in that bottom lane. And they synergize so well that when the jungler comes in, you won't know what hit you. That'll be it. That'll be it. Talk about game phase. Zami and Zeppa, they got it. They got it. Jimmy, add to it.
Yeah, I mean, you're just farming normally, and everybody's just like, cool, it's just a 2v2 lane, and all of a sudden they switch it on, they pull the trigger, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2. You got your jungler here, and you didn't even know that he was going to come, all the way until the very last moment. They play poker pretty well.
In lamest terms, I guess so. I'm actually disappointed General didn't play Wukong. I mean, you could just be like, General Wukong. General's on Wukong, you know? God, get the skin reference, man.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Players still just ramping up for this pause. Just having a couple of technical difficulties there. However, Wukong would be a fantastic pick. Not seeing him too much in this patch, Jimmy. You're going to have to give me your thoughts.
He clears the jungle pretty badly. We're talking about jungle Wukong, of course.
Jungle Wukong, however, top Wukong.
Top Wukong.
Serious stuff.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, you don't really win lane too hard as Wukong top because you've just got so many tanks that just go up in your face and you can't trade early on. Even Fiora is also a really big problem. She's not a tank traditionally early on, but she can just trade super hard because she gets health back whenever she hits those vitals, and she also does a lot of.
Do you think, however, Nautilus was a good pick?
I don't know. I don't know if Nautilus.
No, you don't think Nautilus was a good pick?
No.
You think you could have picked something better like the Wukong?
Yeah, Wukong, definitely. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just having some technical difficulties there getting the players into the game. We're just going to go to a quick break, so get your game faces on, send me your energy, and we'll be straight back with you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Look, straight into the game. Happy faces all around after that small little pause there. We're going to look at pretty standard lanes coming out to start you off. Pretty straightforward to see Soccer Ezreal down in the bottom lane. Camera, you crazy, man. Where are you going? It's all that energy that's been built up over the pause. Just can't contain it at this stage. Zami going to move down to that bottom side. Luch sitting in the middle lane. I'm still a bit skeptical about this Nautilus top. Should have been a Wukong.
Should have been a Wukong. Should have also been a Yasuo mid at that, you know?
You know, just throw everything out the window. But Pabu on the Nautilus there. I can't believe I didn't see an Elise getting picked there. I must have subconsciously thought we saw Babip on the Rek'Sai. Of course, Elise, pretty standard pickup, goes for the Talisman in the jungle first off. General does the same thing. Standard itemization comes through as well. Actually see some sustain on both top laners there as well. I'm actually a bit surprised we don't see a little Magi's getting built up there.
Oh, you know, you would have loved to see the Dark Seal picked
Seal.
up.
Oh god.
Unfortunately, we're just going to see Doran's Ring, so no action, just a lot of farming, which is to be expected going into a long-range Victor against a long-range Lux. Sort of makes sense.
Pretty much. Pabu and Squiggle. It's probably going to be a wet noodle fight to start off for you. Damage comes out of Pabu quite early, but remember that Squiggle gets health off every minion that gets destroyed, so nothing going to happen top. Babip just going to pick up his red to start off. Blue going towards General as well. As we go to another pause, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to keep you intensified tonight. Hopefully it's not too long this time, and we just swing by this one, and no one has to get hurt. No one has to talk about Wukong.
Nobody has to talk about Wukong.
I'm actually quite surprised that Pabu, coming back to that Nautilus pickup there were a couple of options open, Jimmy. There were things like versing the Trundle there. I would have seen something like possibly a Renekton coming through. Why wasn't that utilized?
Oh, Renekton is super strong right now, actually, now that you mention it. I didn't even consider him, but going into a late scale like Trundle, somebody who just wants to get a little bit of advantage and start clobbering you in the face, yeah, Renekton can totally bully him out early. So I have no idea why they didn't pick out a bully in the top lane. Maybe they just wanted a tank. Maybe that's what they needed in team fights. They said, we can deal with the late game Trundle just fine. And if you take a look at it, they picked an Ezreal. Ezreal can keep away from Trundle for days.
That's right. There's a lot of kiting coming through there, and of course the movement speed that's probably going to be picked up with. I assume that Ezreal's going to go for boots of speed. Maybe called it. No. Okay. Blue build Ezreal. I'm so patch 5. Blue build Ezreal. Okay, I only in boots of lucidity.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Unless we see Sork shoes getting picked up, which is just like itemization for every single champion ever in the game.
Why not? Why not?
Urgot would have been a better pick for the bottom lane.
You reckon? You reckon Urgot?
I think Urgot.
He does like the same thing as Ezreal though, doesn't he? Just
claws.
doesn't move.
He's got claws.
Tastes pretty delicious on pizza.
That's what? Crab.
Yep.
Giant enemy crab got on pizzas. You heard it here
I love
first.
it.
Don't steal our ideas because a certain pizza chain's probably already onto it. You
It's
just
top
gave it away.
secret.
I can't believe you just gave it away on live stream. My pizza idea.
I asked Frost that. Frostgrin
Yeah.
on Twitter. Yeah, I asked her.
What?
Would she like to eat giant enemy crab god on pizza?
Oh my god. And the answer was yes.
Well, she just liked it, so I assume so.
Okay, well, that's all we got. As we continue with the pause here, and look, honestly, Jimmy, the questions might get personal if we continue on the bat here. Wukong would have been a better pickup. Urgot would have been a better pickup. Yasuo would have been a better pickup.
Look at that team comp right over there. You got like the 5-man knock-up into Yasuo. You just got Urgot just sitting there being a crab.
That's right. I mean, what else is he going to do? I've got to ask you, though, like, in all of a serious question, I ask so many questions, and this one means something. As Mendrix would say, stop asking questions. But why is Yasuo not in our games anymore?
He's just too easy to deal with in lane. And he's too easy to deal with in teamfights as well. He's just too easy to deal with in general. And even though you have people who can knock up, even if you get a perfect 5-man knock-up, the enemy team can still play around that afterwards. So you get the ult, cool, you do about 30-40% damage to all the people with your ult. And then what? You're in the middle of the team as a squishy. People are kiting back. You don't really have too many options from there on in. And in lane, he's just a bit easy to play against, especially from long-range champs like Victor, like Lux, like we're seeing in this game. He doesn't really stand too much of a chance.
And the Lix first, the Lix, good one. The Lux versus Victor combination, we're just going to keep waiting for these players to come through as we're just fixing a little technical error going on through the players there. Lux versus Victor. The matchup there is not something you see quite often. Is the range going to be a massive factor for Lux there?
It's pretty much the same, isn't it? Because Victor's laser goes so far. It's pretty much farm until level 6, and then level 6, I don't know, roam, I guess? Roam, wait for a gank. Yeah, it's going to be... It's going to be up to the mid laners to see what they do. Obviously, Cleanse is being picked up by Victor, so they want to have some sort of fight, maybe with Lux into it, although everybody else is CC, so you could probably cleanse that as well.
Of course, that 1v1 is going to be a lot easier with the cleanse coming through. I've seen Luge play these aggressive mid laners, and although Orianna is quite passive and that's his favorite, that is still, you still technically look at Orianna as an aggressive mid laner. Of course, the poke and the farming capabilities come through so easily there, and Victor is no exception. Luch has been amazing at his time farm advantage, and coming through and seeing that the mid laners are really where that farm starts. I've got to put it to Luch that he's going to be quite dangerous in the mid lane. You've got to neglect him quite a lot. Otherwise, he's going to keep on that farm, and Victor's really known for easy ability of farming.
Yeah, once you get that first item power spike, you can just laser those waves for days, and at the very least, you're killing all the range creeps, and you can just do your way with the melee ones, I guess, and just clear all of them out as well. So yeah, he's going to have pretty easy time as we go back into game here.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's got to be worth the wait, isn't it? Zami even takes a bit of health in the meantime, so it's going to look pretty standard across the board. Rap's actually a small farm advantage so far. Pretty standard stuff coming through. Pabu's harassing quite a lot in this top lane. And something I've been looking at is the fact that Nautilus early probably going to outdamage Squiggle.
We were talking about a lot of early game bullies in the top lane that could deal with the Trundle. Take a look at this. Nautilus is bullying him out completely fine. He's got a level advantage, he's got a farm advantage, he's got the wave pressure. He's doing quite fine.
It feels good to get rid of that wave and to smack that big anchor down into a minion. Look at him, he's the Warden of the North. King of the North, as they call Nautilus. General going to pick up that scuttle. Get some extra gold coming through, of course. Look at the closeness of these junglers. General walking into a trap, or is it Babip actually takes the full brunt of that one? The Cocoon's going to come through, misses. Who's got the smite? Babip actually gets this one. Now watch for the engage coming through. The spider, wow, it froke out. That's like the past tense of freak out.
Yeah, froke out. Yeah, it froked out.
It didn't freak out. It didn't freak out.
It dashed with Elise.
It froke out. it's like a frog realizing what his calling is. Oh my god, we've gone so far off it.
At the very least, though, General gave it a shot, and even though he didn't quite take the blue, he has a red to go back to. You know, he's still got dinner on the plate at home, so he's quite happy just taking that one off.
That's right, but Babib actually steals... actually taking his own blue. Wastes a bit of time for General there. Level 4 on Babip. General going to pick that up after he gets his Krugs. And wasted time is the difference between going back, getting the build into either the Cinder Hulk or the Runic Echoes. We don't know yet with Babip. And General finishing off a camp.
There we go. Just gonna wait for Graves to go back because he didn't get the gold from the blue, and that's a lot of time wasted, but it shouldn't affect him too much. However, looking at Babip, he's already coming in the top lane ready to go.
That's right, Babip gonna go straight into the lane, actually gearing up for this one. Might get Krugs first, but however, he is nearby. Pabu looking strong up there, bullying quite a lot so far. Zami and Zepper in the bottom lane. Watch them, ladies and gentlemen. There's some synergy between this team. However, do not rule out Abyss Red, for they are quite strong at the moment.
Oh, Babip's coming in for a gank.
There goes the cone, misses Pabu. Nice flash comes through. Babip misses the slingshot, goes straight through. He's going to stick up in lane for a little bit.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Elise, Cocoon doesn't do too much when it comes to shooting it at people who are already running away from you, but paired with the Trundle Cone, it just does
Forced a flash.
Yeah, it forced a flash because that was going to hit. And that is the power that we were talking about with the Trundle pickup.
Looks like Babib's actually going in blue side jungle. General actually picks up on this one. I think he's moving closer as well. General going to capitalize on this. Wait for it. Actually goes back, and wow, Babip goes on. The damage comes through. General picks up the ward as well. Get a disengage at this time. And Babip just running amok at the moment.
not too much being done here. He says, you invaded me, I'm going to invade you. And all for all, I think Babib's more successful because at least he picked something up.
Definitely. Tiamat gets picked up there by Squiggle. Actually quite surprised he goes for the Tiamat component first, but looking to outdamage Pabu, who's trading off with him in the better half. Bammy Cinder on Pabu. First items getting built here. Look to see that Sunfire Cape getting finished off 13-14 minutes in by Pabu, who's farming quite nicely at the time being. Bottom lane, small CS advantage. Raps, good start coming through there. Actually hasn't used his cookie, so not going to go hungry for nothing. Zeppa waiting for the stun. It's actually quite slow in the laning phase here so far as we see a gank up top and the ultimate comes through the teleport. This is going to speed things up. General does quite a lot of damage, at least still in the air, but Babip goes down. No! But First Blood instead goes down to Squiggle. Pabu picks that one. Wow, okay. That was like an inch. That was an inch.
Survived on 3 health, I believe. I think the frame said 3 HP. That was just completely insane. What an outplay. It was just complete mechanics there because it was 2v2 for the entire fight. Nobody came late. Nobody came early. And he managed to survive on 1 hit. On 1 hit.
Fantastic teleport coming out from Psyker, of course. Goes back to his lane. Doesn't get an assist. However, still actually quite there with the lane. Going for the Frost Queen's claim instead of going for an AP item, or should I say, a different AP item. Hasn't fully built it yet, but the Hex Core upgrade comes through. Psyker just going to ult that wave, clear something. Go back now. Probably look to pick up that Frost Queen's pretty soon.
And this is a very standard build that we've been seeing in mid lane with AP champions a lot. They rush the Frost Queens because it generates so much gold passively. If you manage to dump a whole lot of abilities on your enemy laner before you start farming, that's a whole lot more gold for you. The utility on the Ghosts, extremely strong, so yeah, it's a very nice pickup. On the other hand though, Luch doesn't have that luxury to go for a real item, so to speak, because you need to upgrade that Hex Core.
That's right, Luch goes ahead, clears out this wave. Remember that Luch is the person that I was telling you about. The one who is able to keep up in farm no matter what, and he's doing quite a good job of it so far. Pabu, of course, the first death and the first blood going to Legacy Genesis means that we see a small gold advantage coming through. And Legacy Genesis, of course, the team synergy so far is proving to be quite worth. Luch picking up the blue, a lot of sustain in lane. Psyker going to keep clearing this out. Actually goes for the Fiendish Codex on that back there. Going to keep building towards that Frost Queen's claim. Damaged Luch a little bit, but not doing enough damage so far.
I actually quite like the matchup in top lane that you were talking about before with all of these with all of these items. They've both opted for the wave clear option, or as both junglers go into top lane.
Genesis, what are they doing here? The cocoon lands, all the damage goes on to Babip, but now they're going to turn on General. Babip actually disengages this one. Everything's been used, so I'm not sure why, but there's another kill for the Trundle. Squiggle, 2 kills strong, and although looked like he was losing lane, he's going to have the advantage now.
And this was the advantage that we were talking about Elise has over Graves. She has a damage spike at level 3 because she's got all of her abilities unlocked for her. General at the current moment only has 2 longswords, so he's not really outputting much damage, and he opted to go for warding rather than extra damage on Skirmishes Saber, so he's pretty much not doing anything at the current moment.
General walks through mid lane like, what up? I've got a gun, so just going to back off at this time. Continue farming in the middle lane. Psyker going to miss that one. Ooh, that could have been 94 CS coming through in that middle lane.
It could have been. It's chance lost.
That's right. That doesn't matter, though. Strawbella looking for an engage down bottom. Not going to find it, though. However, Legacy Genesis playing quite safe. Although Ezreal, or should I say Raps, has a little bit of an advantage so far. Zami actually keeping up, as early game was a bit of a struggle for him.
Hopefully both of these junglers go into the bottom lane. They're already congregating around their buffs, their second buffs right now. Maybe they should be looking to go down. Maybe they should even coordinate this with their mid laners, even top laners, because Pabu has the TP advantage right now. At the current moment, Legacy Genesis, they're sort of living up to their name, because bot lane, all I'm seeing is a lot of Zs. It's pretty boring.
Coming through there. Zeppa is just trying to get some poke out into that composition. Strawbella, actually notable pickup is the Ignite down there. An Ignite flash combination with Alice there, quite common course, being so tanky and having an Ezreal who can kite quite a lot, don't really need that exhaust. Ezreal always has the upper. Abyss Red finding Dragon, but not going to continue or even start it at this stage. Babip positioning himself for middle. Psyker actually has done quite a bit of damage on Luch before, but they're not going to do it. Luch is playing too safe. We're going to go back to farming jungle. This early game is going towards General, who is clearing waves like nobody's business.
Right now, it looks like the name of the game is just follow the other jungler, because wherever one goes, the other one is all the time, and sometimes it's really successful, sometimes it's not. Legacy Genesis have come out 2 ahead now. At the current moment, though, Psyker, he's just going to casually pick up those chickens as he goes back to lane with a little bit of a farm hindrance, you know.
The chickens.
I call them the chickens.
I call them the Raptors, but that's cool.
Do you?
Well, that's what they call them.
Oh, yeah,
not
I
the
guess
chickens.
so.
Not the chickens. Strawbella pops ult down bottom. Nothing going to happen there, though. Continue to farm up. Raps pushing up. General back in his own jungle. And Babip, get this scuttle. Get some vision. Trundle actually doing the opposite of what he was before. Defense has gone on the offense. Squiggle pushing up nicely. Pabu, look at him stand there. He's a bit intimidated. Tiamat is picked up well and truly. We're so close to the top. Squiggle pushing very, very firmly. He's going to back off. Hits 10. General wasting a bit of time. Babip actually thinks or knows he's there. No ward coverage, so he would be going in blind. But down bottom, Strawbella picks up a kill. Tanks that turret. And that's the first kill going to Abyss Red. Slipped a little bit past us there, but Raps doing a lot of damage. The Sheen and the Tier combination. He's going to be zoning himself quite nicely as Luch pops the ultimate there.
Strawbella managed to dive that turret, walk out with about 3 or 4 shots hitting her, and she didn't even have ultimate on.
That's right.
She was taking the full grunt of that, and wow, look at that. It just goes to show you how strong Alistar really is.
That's right. Even popped that ultimate before actually starting to take turret aggro. Luch going to keep clearing out this mid wave, still a little bit ahead in CS advantage. Abyss Red showing that their Ezreal's a little bit ahead. Raps, of course, 40 CS, quite a lot. Iceborne Gauntlet gets picked up, and the advantage that comes from Ezreal from Iceborne is absolutely huge.
Raps has an amazing advantage over Zami, and we can see this in items. He's about 40 CS above Zami at the current moment, and that translates into a tier that's going to stack very nicely, and also an Iceborne Gauntlet. That's an amazing power spike for Ezreal. On the other hand, Zami, he only has 2 components of his Essence Reaver, so he's going to take a little bit more time to scale up now, and I'm not too sure he has that time to scale.
As we go to another pause there, ladies and gentlemen, that's not the only person that's scaled. Squiggle picks up the Titanic Hydra. My friend, it's about 12 minutes in. Titanic Hydra after 12 minutes is a good feat. Don't normally see people getting that to at least 15 minutes plus. So that early Titanic Hydra on Squiggle, and especially Trundle, whose early game damage is to negate and then pick up everyone else. Fantastic. Squiggle is going to be a menace in the top lane.
Exactly, and those 2 ganks that went to the top side, that really helped him snowball, because, you know, 2 kills, that's a lot of gold.
That's right, and now instead of defending, he's on the offense. Pabu is forced to be pushed into his own turret, and as much as Graves wants to come up top, make his presence known, he just can't. Of course, Squiggle playing quite aggressively, but not playing stupidly, not pushing that turret too hard that he's out of position. And of course, every time you see Elise, I mean, you got to get a little bit scared. Babip is playing so aggressively, and the black cloat there, oh my god, it was like a ghost walked in front of the camera to bring us back in, and Raps down in the bottom lane. I just got spooked. There was a ghost in the studio.
Were we getting ganked?
We were getting ganked. We were getting desk ganked at the studio. I can't believe that happened. Moving back down to Raps in the bottom lane. The Iceborne, look at this. This is what we were waiting for. Zami going to engage on that. He's doing quite a lot of damage, but without the essence of the Reaver, not going to do enough. The True Shot Barrage misses there, and Zami picks up a kill. Oh, sorry, Squiggle picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Strawbella having to force an ultimate. Good teleport from Squiggle ensures another kill.
What an amazing play by Zapper. He managed to lock up 2 people inside his ultimate.
Yep.
That just made it way too easy. That looked super easy for them.
Look at the damage that comes out of Squiggle. Strawbella can't back now. The touch's going to get pushed too hard. Babip uses this advantage to make himself known to Luch. There is the flash cocoon, but he flashes the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Victor for you. He's actually daring to challenge Babip. I'm not sure if he can do this. I think he should have gotten out. 1-for-1 trade, but Luch flashes the opposite way and bursts. General trying to follow this one, but good cocoon from Babip. That 1-for-1 ensures that Luch can pick up the final Hex Core. And wow. Wow.
Nobody really expected that, but this is the advantage that Victor has over Lux. Normally, it's about an even matchup, but in high-pressure situations like this, Victor can just dump his abilities so much faster than Lux can. Lux has got a hefty cast time on her bind, a hefty cast time on her AoE, a hefty cast time on her ultimate, and Victor, in comparison, can just do all of his damage almost instantaneously, and that's what we saw. He went forward, and he managed to get Psycho out of him.
General misjudging that. The repel actually saves Babip at this stage. Collateral damage, or I believe it goes by a different name now, absolutely misses. And General going to have no ult for the next 2 or so minutes, or should I say minute and a half. Mid lane Psycho uses his teleport, so not able to sort of re-engage in that top lane. General going to be the one to defend this one. Half a turret goes down, and Boots of Swiftness with the cloth armor, he's getting huge. Trundle in team fights is going to be a menace.
This is the scaling that we were talking about. Normally you would give this one to Nautilus, but given how the lane has gone with all of the ganks, Squiggle has got the advantage over here. And you have really 2 options when you want to push the wave really fast. You either go for the Hydra or you go for the Sunfire. And Pabra went for the Sunfire, which unfortunately is too little too late, because Squiggle, he's doing so much damage, offloading it all onto the minions, and he's pushing this into Pabra's turret.
And look at him, he's already started building his second item. Squiggle well and truly on the way there. Have to wait and see in a couple of moments what he decides to go into, but my suspicion, Dead Man's Plate?
Dead Man's Plate. It could also be an early Rabadons. I mean, not Rabadons. Randuins, not Rab...
I've always wanted to see that on the Trundle.
Yeah.
All you need to do is ult, and the slow burst, unquote, damage, right, will come through.
Well, you know your ultimate scales pretty well with AP, but no, I do believe it should be the Randuins going out for him, because he's got 2 cloth armors.
Very good observation there. We're going to have to keep an eye and see what he does. Strawbella moving back to the bottom lane. Zeppa looking for that bind once again. Doesn't actually find it at this stage, but he's playing very, very aggressive. Zami has that assist on him now. He picks up Essence of the Reaver. Actually going to start scaling throughout this game. Remember Lucian last game doing a lot of damage by that mid-game stage, and that's the way Zami is going at the moment. Eyes on him. Hex Core finished for Luch, looking to see the second item come through. Of course, the Onion boots on both Ezreal and on the Victor there. Luch quite surprised that he hasn't played more aggressively. But you look in that middle lane, the farm advantage building up. Zami actually doesn't see. Oh my god, Babbitt misses the cocoon. The flash comes out. And it looks like there's the Graves there. Zami's taken so much damage. The Ignite goes off. Strawbella's going to pick this up one. General gets it with the smoke screen. Definitely makes it much more worth. And Abyss Red pick up a 3rd kill of the game.
Oh, I thought that was just going over to Strawbella. Nice pickup from General, taking it away from your support. Of course, you need this gold more than he does. But no, in all honesty, Graves is a little bit slow, like we've been talking about in this game in particular, because he opted not to go for the Skirmishes Saber, so any amount of gold on him is completely valuable going into this mid game.
I'm quite surprised at the farm advantage of General. Look at that there. He's just gone over 100. He's finished his Warrior Enchantment well and truly on the way to more of Malmortius. Of course, that Armor Pen, quite a popular build on Graves, but he is doing so well for himself. Abyss Red pick up that mid turret, shorten the gold lead, and at this point in time, Legacy Genesis not looking too strong. However, still in the game, but more and truly, Abyss Red are really capitalizing on this momentum.
Legacy Genesis, their top lane and their support both went back.
That's right.
Because they're both the people who have a lot of CC on their team, they may look to synchronize. No, okay, never mind. Trundle's going to the top lane. I was going to say they may look to synchronize pushing an objective really hard, like maybe even Dragon or the Rift Herald. But no, Squiggle's just going to farm a little bit more.
There's bottom pressure coming through here. 3 members strong, and Strawbella actually goes for a deep ward. Just at the time of pushing, Zeppa misses a binding. Another turret goes down. Abyss Red again. 500 gold in Legacy Genesis. Rift Herald has returned to the Void. I'm not actually too sure who got that in the first place there. I didn't even know the Void... Oh, they've taken him. They've killed him. He's done.
No, he's out of the game. Baron's coming back. The house squad is gone.
That's it. No more Rift Herald anymore. Squiggle, very, very aggressive. But General actually soloing this dragon at the time being, doing a lot of damage. Gets it. And Abyss Red. They've got some really good objective control at the moment.
Yeah, they just managed to pick up a dragon for what is essentially nothing. Graves is actually really good at taking dragon because his dash also gives him, his quick draw also gives him a lot of armor and magic resist. I think 120 of both at max rank once you're in combat for about 5 seconds. That's insane to just even say. But yeah, he picks that up with absolute ease, not taking much damage from dragon. It's going to be a small little spike for his team. It's not too much, but it's going to count in the long term.
And Strawbella comes top. 3 members of Abyss Red are up here. Or should I say 2? It doesn't look like Graves actually went back there. 2v2 up in the top lane. I'm waiting to see Squiggle engage, and they go on Strawbella. The ult gets popped, but there is the teleport coming through, I believe, from Pabu. He comes up into the top lane. They're just going to get the pink ward. Teleport down. Pabu back in his natural lane. And if they play this right, they actually might get top turret.
But it will be traded on the bottom side. Zami's hitting this turret pretty hard, and nobody's around to contest. There's no TP.
Oh my god! Oh!
That's nice.
Sniperu! Oh my god. General. Captain, sir. No, he's a general. General gets saluted there. And all I can say is, Luch, I told you. He goes for the Rylai's. Like, he's not even concerned about the burst damage. He knows he's doing enough. Of course, Rylai's gives so much AP, but in that same sense, it's used a bit more supportively, slowing down carries. And of course, with Lux, I mean, slowing down Psyker even more is just an insult. Luch at the moment, pushing mid-turret, very, very confident. Wait for the laser to come through here. Abyss Red grouping up in this mid lane. At the moment, I am very, very impressed. We came in this competition. Oh my god, as the fight comes in here, and Squiggle actually has a lot of life still. If there's anyone who can turn this around, it's definitely him. Nothing happens in the end, but Luch, very, very impressed with the team so far. Legacy Genesis, the team we were watching, but Abyss Red, they make it look like they're in control.
Can you even snipe with the shotgun?
No. Yes. No, yes, General did.
We just saw it happen.
We just saw it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Luch just bursted Zep up for like 7/8 of his health. All I could say is cool. Cool beans as Psyker goes back and Luden's Echo gets picked up. Needlessly large rod to follow. Frost Queen's claim long, long ago. Be interesting to see the next pickup coming through for Luch.
Oh, Luch, let's take a look. He probably even just wants to go for the straight Rabadons right now. You've already got a lot of AP coming off your Hex Core and also your Rylai's. Why not? Why not just compound it even more? You even got a Dragon, so...
Needlessly large rod comes there and it looks like it might be the Rabadons.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really have need for the other ones. Luden's Echo is not going to be as much damage, I don't believe. And also, Zhonya's, nobody's jumping on you.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Rylai's actually gets picked up for Babip as well. Quite a common itemization coming through for an Elise, especially one that's been so hard on the aggression. However, General looking to finish his more of Malmortius actually just then. Oh my god. The Chaos Storm doing so much damage. It actually zones out everyone. Ezreal comes through, but nicely timed repel from Babip. Now Pabu locks down Psyker, picks up a kill. Second kill probably going to go to Abyss Red. Goes a double kill to Pabu. And Squiggle's in the middle of that. He thinks he's huge, but he's actually not. Shutdown goes to Luch. 3 strong for Abyss Red. Look to pick up the Baron.
They've just got this Baron completely free because nobody can contest this. Babip is way too low. They don't have the numbers advantage. Wow, Luch did so much in that fight just then. He just dumpstered pretty much the whole enemy team with a full rotation.
The underdogs are proving their worth. Pabu gets bullied in the early game, but turns it around. 2 kills to add to his list. And that Sunfire Cape is doing a lot of work there, especially against Squiggle. He thought he was huge, Squiggle. He goes in there with his Iceborne fully complete and his Spectral Cowl, of course, building up into the Spirit Visage. I'm actually surprised he went in there. He's a bit too confident.
Yeah, and this is the problem that we see with Trundles. He's such a strong duelist. If he gets onto you, he will slow you and he will pretty much just keep on hitting you with his club until you die. But how are you going to get onto Ezreal? It's really hard to do so. Ezreal's just going to kite back because he's got his Iceborne of his own, so you can't really catch up to him. You can't really slow him with your first Iceborne. It's super hard to deal with.
Zami not scaling too well at all in this mid-game. 25 minutes in. Probably going to see that rapid fire cannon come through, and wow, Pabu's very tanky, but Legacy Genesis really want him bad. Mid turret's not gone just yet. Strawbella disengages that one. The ult comes from General, but misses. Now Zephyr taking a lot of damage. Raps wants this. The ult comes through from Ezreal. Raps looking for it, and there's the laser from Luch. Squiggle, the cone comes through, the ultimate as well. Trying to survive the cleanse from Raps. He's actually still following this one. They're not letting this go. 4 members strong from Abyss Red. Disengaged though. Gonna get the mid turret. And that's all they need. So strong at the moment.
Everybody on Abyss Red is a sniper. Take a
Oh.
look at this.
General, salute him. Zami, how far can you run? You need the Benny Hill thong. There it is. General picks him up.
He just wanted some CS on his way out. Couldn't even get it because Baron's too tough.
My God. I don't know what's happening here for Legacy Genesis, but Luch and Raps are absolutely demolishing everyone. Manamune fully built. Muramana, I should say. And Pabu doing quite a lot of work as well. The Frozen Heart comes in, and I'm actually quite surprised at how well this is going. Abyss Red, it's just something about Luch at the moment. He's nearly into his Rabadons. He's doing so much damage, and his engages with his Chaos Storm, I think that's what's setting the tone for this game.
His Chaos Storm is just doing so much damage. His laser is finishing people off, and he's got the move quick from his power transfer on his Q.
That's right.
He's dealing with this team so well because the one thing that you don't want as a Trundle is to be kited around. What is Victor doing? Kiting you around with the movement speed on his power transfer. What's Ezreal doing? Kiting you around because he's Ezreal. What's Nautilus doing? He's stopping you from moving with all of his CC. This is one of the hardest teams for Squiggle to go into. And it doesn't even matter that he got 3 kills in laning phase. If he can't go melee onto any of the enemy, he can't apply any of his damage.
That's right, and he gets rendered a little bit useless for the team there, but of course he is still doing quite a lot of damage, and Zami goes for the static shiv over the rapid fire cannon. I'm just a little bit surprised there. Normally we see the rapid fire cannon coming out for the Lucian, but instead static shiv going to get a little bit more proc, a little bit more damage coming through, coupled with the essence of the Reaver. I'm actually quite surprised, Jimmy, that we didn't see the rapid fire cannon coming through.
Rapid Fire Cannon is just the better item to go because if you're chasing somebody down and you're just out of range, soon enough you won't be. So I'm quite surprised. Maybe they just need that little bit extra wave clear because they are on the defensive. So that must have been the reasoning for Zami coming into this choice. But it gives him a nice amount of crit because that also gives him a nice amount of cooldown reduction thanks to Essence Reaver. He's sitting at about 20% right now.
Easy turret for Abyss Red. They don't even get challenged on this one. Positioning themselves around General. Strawbella comes through, is actually the highlight here. Raps doing a lot of poke damage, but top turret not going to go down yet. The wave not following up. General in the mid lane. The wave is there, however. Remember that inhibitor is down, so a lot of pushing pressure comes in. Going to rotate bot, I believe. Second dragon already going to them. Going to wait for that third one, get the movement speed that they really don't need at this stage. And Abyss Red continue to walk around this map freely.
At this current moment, I think that the best thing for Abyss to do is just to take down every single structure. They've got one. No, they don't even have that one left. Sorry, that's my bad. My eyes are deceiving me. They just need to wait until Dragon comes up, until Baron comes up, because they've got both of those for free. They don't actually have that much siege, come to think about it. They got a Victor to clear the waves, but besides that, on the enemy team, we were talking about how Zami has a static shiv. That's going to be able to clear the waves right back pretty fast.
Oh, look at Luch. Just clear that all up. CS advantage still going his way. He has the Rabadons built up, but in retrospect, Psyker actually finishes that with that as well. Or should I say third item. Raps going towards the Mercurial Skim for his third item. Probably to disengage all the CC that comes through from Legacy Genesis. A nice little itemization. General, however, picks up Sterix Gauge, and the serrated Dirk comes through. Actually quite curious to see what we see that moving into.
It should go into a Yuma's Ghostblade.
Would be the guess.
Yeah, so he just needs that extra movement speed. I guess that's a pretty good idea because Graves, you know, when you're not attacking, you're moving.
I'm actually quite surprised how General has changed my opinion of Graves in this tournament. Early game Graves. We've seen it, it's fantastic. But they always seem to fall off, and I don't know what it is that the players are doing there, but however, General has not fallen off. He's spiked, he's continuing to snowball, and the fact that he's doing so much for his team has changed the way I feel about Graves Jungle in that mid to late game.
Graves is doing so much here, but I would actually argue that it's not to do with the Graves himself, it's to do with the rest of his team. Because the problem with Graves, late game, as we said, is that people can just walk out of your end of the line. You shoot the first one, it hits them, and then they just walk out of the way for the second one, which does the most damage. But with a Nautilus on your team, with an Alistair on your team, they're just stuck there forever, so they have to take that damage. And I think that's really what's enabling General to do so much damage.
And Zami actually doesn't use the culling on the wave, instead uses it on Pabu. Takes no damage, and the siege continues up top. Pabu's actually waiting here a little bit. They're quite synergized at this time, which is quite ironic because I gave Legacy Genesis the real rap about being quite together. But Abyss Red grouping up top. Squiggle going to push down bottom side. So if they want to engage, Abyss Red have it here. 5 members strong around this mid side. Squiggle going to go back. Abyss Red positioning for the Baron that I believe will be up in about 3 or so minutes. Maybe less if I can count with my fingers and thumbs. Spirit Visage gets picked up for Squiggle. Actually, right now the Baron's coming up. Thought it was a little bit too long to wait for 3 minutes. Baron comes through very, very soon.
This is a Death Brush.
There it is.
Oh.
Lux, very nicely done. Actually doing quite a lot of damage. Strawbella takes that as a hint to engage. Raps sends through a True Shot Barrage. And there is Pabu, flashes over the wall. Babib's going to have to use the Spider Senses. Squiggle's actually stuck in the middle of this one. Wow, the damage that comes through. But Squiggle survives, flashes over that wall. Luch, he's untouched in the back. What are we doing here as Luch just walks through? Double kill for Luch. 4 members down. And Abyss Red, cataclysm over this team fight.
And people are going to say that it's just hate Squiggle Day today because I'm just talking about this Trundle pick for so long as he does a little bit of a dance there. But yeah, if we take a look at that team fight that just happened, he stood right in the middle of it, but not close enough to hit anybody. And he flashed out at the last second. So effectively, all he was a potato tank. And if you're going to just tank and not do any damage, pick somebody else. Pick literally anybody else except for Trundle, because the only thing that you have in terms of tankiness is your ultimate.
I don't think they can actually stop here. The Nexus is going to go down because of Abyss's Red to absolutely capitalize on a poor team fight. Legacy Genesis go down. The team favored to win in that composition. And unfortunately, I feel like the Nautilus top was the start of bad things to come.
It looked that way because he lost so hard into the Trundle going into the early game with those 2 ganks. But hey, he managed to turn around. All you need is that CC. Trundle has a lot of damage coming up, but I don't think he ever managed to apply it in any team fight, so that was his disadvantage.
And that's right. Looks can be deceiving. As I said, it looked to be going bad in the top lane, but Nautilus in the end actually worked so perfectly for that team composition. He initiated that last fight. He flashed over the wall. He sent his depth charge in through there. And honestly, I can't help but be impressed because Pabu, haven't seen him on the Nautilus yet, but that looked like a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, he just made it look so easy because he managed to land every single engage properly, and he also knew when not to engage. There was one fight that was really bad, but there was a really obvious opening that was a bait, and he just knew. He just knew. It was his spider senses. He just
more synergy. I mean, synergy in this competition has been the massive factor. As we go to the scoreboard and the rest of the games tonight, we see that Chiefs Black took out the first game of the night against Alpha Sydney. Abyss Red surprising us and taking out one of the leading scorers. Legacy Genesis go down without a win tonight. Coming up next is Legion Gaming and Abyss White. As well as Fortnite and Sentinel Esports, Mendrix and Rogi will be joining you there. Such fantastic games coming throughout the night, and I'm actually surprised that we didn't see much of a Callista in that game. We thought Patch 6.2, Callista still huge. Ren gets touched a little bit, but still a big champion. However, Lucian falls off. Didn't go where we wanted it to. Of course, we saw the static shiv coming through. Itemization like that, I felt like was a bit of a hindrance in the end. The rapid fire cannon, especially with Luch in that backline, would have been some sort of possibility of getting some damage off. However, Ezreal, he's a safe pick. Blue Ezreal is a fantastic pick at the moment.
Especially into people who do not have a gap closer, because all they have is to run at you, and they may have some abilities that make them run faster, but at the end of the day, you're slowing them down. If you dash, you can't really slow a dash down, but you can slow running down, and that's all that Trundle really has. He's got a pillar that slows you down, and he's got Defile Ground, which speeds him up, but that really doesn't do anything when you just slow him every single Q.
Exactly right. But look, in that back line, Ezreal was very important. But Luch on the Victor has to take out that game. I mean, the Chaos Storm in the end, it was bursting people. Half health, yeah, whatever, Even like 7/8, as I said. Morgana, Zeppa down there. Pretty much like poked his head in. It's like, is Victor doing damage? Well, boom. All right, so that happened. Everyone was like, wow, that happened. Take it. Take more of my energy. Honestly, Luch in the Victor in the mid lane, I think that's what capped the game.
Yeah, especially after the first item spike when he just completed his Hex Core. Lux just finished her Frost Queen's Claim, I believe. He just had enough damage to burst him down, and otherwise it would have just been a free kill over to the Lux or to the Elise.
See, was Frost Queen's Claim poor itemization coming through, knowing that Victor has early burst damage? I mean, it's a fantastic item in fact that it has gold advantages. However, you're sacrificing some ability power for some mid-game sort of, I'd say gold carrying.
That is correct. It's the same as sort of picking up an Avarice Blade. You're not getting it for the value of the item right now. You're getting it for the value later that it generates. And yeah, into a Victor, I don't really think you have that luxury because he'll just burst you down. If you can't fight him, he'll just take you 100-0.
Didn't go too well. However, don't see Victor too much in this composition, but Luch made it look so easy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Preacher and myself, Hysterics. Rogi and Mendrix will be back with you for Game 3 and 4. Make sure you stay tuned for the Oceanic Challenger Series. We're loving every minute of it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Max Arogi for Foglia. Joining me once again is Nathan Mendrix Mendez, and we're going to be coming up with two teams who've yet to pick up a win.
Yeah, and this is going to be very interesting to see which teams actually do come with the win. That means it's going to be evenly matched, so I'm expecting a really good match here.
Yeah, really excited to see if Legion can take it to Abyss Esports White. Both of these teams have had their backs to the wall every single game prior to this week, so one of them's walking away with a win, so one of them's going to hold their head up high tonight. The other team going to be dipping down to that 0-3, nowhere that anyone wants to be.
Yeah, and what's the big problem about that is well, it's going to be a massive hit to your self-esteem as well. So the thing is, you're going to be the only team without a win in this entire competition. What that means for you there is that the other team's, okay, it's fantastic. I finally got my win. This is our chance to actually start to turn it around. The other team's going to be feeling pretty down about that. So it could be the end of the tournament for them. Maybe the new Cinderella story, the next comeback we want to see.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at that side of Abyss White, we see Blackstar. He struggled a lot last week, getting beaten by a Nautilus whilst playing on Fiora. So maybe they're going to have to transition to him into more of a tank line role. Monkey didn't do too well either. Quackums and Beastie seem to be the main two carries for this Abyss Esports White squad.
And that's what you seem to have with your general teams. You've got these players who are your playmakers, whereas when you come up against the other players on the team, they're more about those role player side of things.
Sure.
So what they'll do is they'll make sure they're very good in terms of being mechanically playing well, have great game sense, and be ready to react whenever their playmakers are basically hitting that trigger.
Yeah, that's exactly right. On the side of Legion Gaming, we got a Pink Bomy, Squidgy Boy, Rare, Abyss Gators, and A-Paps.
So the Legion Gaming side, they've been around a bit longer as well. So I'm really expecting, now that they've been in 6.2 for a while, we had 6.2 for a fairly long time, which is what's going to be a big advantage to these players, especially as we had a few upsets. That's one of the things I want to touch on. So what you have here is that most of these really good teams are fantastic to adapting to the meta. And something else, a new change comes in, out of the blue, fantastic. They take it up, pick it up, and they just roll with it. Basically abusing that change.
Yeah, we saw Abyss Esports Red just take a Legacy Genesis in probably the biggest upset we've had of this entire competition. So it's going to be up to White to see if they can do their brothers proud and take out Legion tonight.
Exactly. And now that the meta for them is sort of settled down a bit, that means they've got a bit of chance, more time to practice, more time to hone their skills. That actually evens out, which is why you see these upsets happening and on much longer games because they're starting to figure out what's happening. But probably come around to the next week, we might have 6.3, and it's a little bit of a shake-up happening. But right now, it's going to be easier.
Yeah, you mentioned longer games, and that's exactly what we've been having tonight. The first 2 weeks, most games averaging about 30 to 27 to about 30 minutes each. Some of the games gone over 40 just tonight in the first game. Chiefs Black, despite having a massive lead, failed to take out their opponent in a quick, concise fashion, but straight away into the pick and ban we see Gangplank, Corky, Callista, and Poppy being removed straight away from the table. And Mendrix, there is no surprise.
Yeah, there is no surprises with these champions. Callista, as we know, we've been talking about them the entire tournament. She's been getting hit, nerfed again. You know what? She's still going to be in there. Guess who's actually mirroring that exact point? Gangplank.
Yeah.
Gangplank is another champion. He's been getting nerfed here, there, everywhere, but it's okay because his ultimate is everywhere. And that is why he is such a contested pick. And Corky, again, that care package, so strong. He hasn't really had many adjustments to himself at the moment. And that's probably why he's a good band to throw in there. Poppy, no excuses for her as well. That big hammer of hers has so much utility. The fact that you can use it to disengage, engage, lock up, execute. There's so much you can do with that ultimate, and that's why she's so strong in this current meta.
Now keep in mind, I'm sure Legion Gaming, they were probably watching Chiefs Black, and as the Rise gone away, they saw how much work a player getting that fed on Rise can do. But we see Rare picking up that Graves, and mentioned earlier in the cast, a lot of teams, the first team, they picked up Graves just for the sake of having Graves. So it's going to be on Legion Gaming here to really make that power pick work in their favor.
And as Preacher mentioned, it's about making sure you have the team composition to help enable Graves. He's got a lot of damage there, but it is a little bit of a reach for him to try and get that damage out there. And if he's actually got some champions to really lock them down and blow them up with his AoE, then he's going to definitely shine.
Yeah, it definitely says what you're doing when you pick Graves. You want to do damage and you want to do it quick. But again, Nautilus, he seems to just spring back into this meta. We have him being picked up here in the hands of Blackstar most likely, and Monkey going to be grabbing Lucian for Beastie.
And Nautilus is, as you mentioned, he sort of sprung back up again. And
Yeah.
it's purely because you're looking for these champions that do have a little bit of flex behind them. And that's the big thing about Season 6. You love your Lysandras because they can go anywhere. You love your Nautiluses because they can actually go jungle, top, mid. It gives you a lot.
Mid, I don't know about that one.
Oh, sorry, jungle, top, support. That's what I was talking about
Hey,
there.
mid Nautilus, you heard it here first.
Hey, you know what? It's actually possible. Don't knock it out. Because
I'm
if
not
you build,
knocking it till I tried it, man.
you build full AP, and you see what happens when you get hit by a death charge.
It will be a death charge instead, but just waiting on Pink, Bomi, and Apap to lock in those 2 more champions. They're really going to have to start comprising their team around Graves, and Tristana would be an interesting choice here.
Now, Tristana's, again, interesting because you've got the Graves. He's more about that short-range pickup.
Look at him.
But then you've got look at the Tristana, very long
Sure,
range. She gets stronger as time goes on. But you see, they've rounded it off with Brom.
Yep.
Brom's fantastic because he helps enable both of those champions.
Yeah.
So the thing is that you might have this synergy where, okay, they've got a team fight breaking out at the moment. Graves starts getting low, it's fine. You've got Tristana to pick up the slack afterwards.
Yeah, and those resets on the jump will be imperative to continuing on that momentum swing. But see, on the side of Abyss White, they are just hovering over their support here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Thresh kind of the best champion in that support role if you just want it all around.
Yeah, exactly. And what? The Jhin? No, I'm probably going to be a Thresh. I'd be so happy to see a Jhin, actually.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested to see what these guys can actually do with him. But that's actually going to be one of the classic, one of the iconic bot lanes we'd actually see if Thresh was to be picked up then. Because Lucian Thresh, even though their lore has a little bit of a backstory where they don't like each other, they were the ones that started it all. They were the ones that went, yep, it's all about that bot lane synergy.
They defined bot lane meta. But look at this Zac. Now, the Blob is back, and we've seen him a few times in the OPL, but never here in the OCS, so it looks like Monkey is going to be handed that one to him.
Well, he's had a week to prepare, so it's probably one of those things where they see the professional players picking it up.
Yep.
You know what? We can probably imitate that, see what we can do here in our own play.
Sure.
He's fantastic and engaging. If you look at their team, they have a really heavy and focused team. And is that Udyr?
I think they knew you were casting this game, Mendrix, because they are going to be locking in your favorite champion, Udyr. So if Mendrix is a little bit biased towards Legion Gaming, there's the backstory for you. But very interesting pick here. So the jungle matchup, Udyr versus Zac?
And the
Is this Season 3?
It is what you could think it's Season 3, and the reason why Udyr has made this comeback is because of Runic Echoes. They said, we'll make this for our AP junglers, it should be great. Well, you know what? It synergizes amazingly with Udyr. The fact that he has really decent AP ratios, also on top of that, gives him a little bit of extra movement speed.
Yep,
that's
just
nice.
flying around.
He's already got really good wave clear, really good jungle clamp clear, and it just makes him so strong. So it is something that is one of those unintentional sort of hiccups that they get, where they make something for someone else. Next thing you know, you got the good old Broomglaive Ezreal's running rampant for a while. Udyr's decided to pick it up, and to be honest, even though it's made him much stronger, it seems to synergize well with him. So I'm going to be interested to see how Riot decide to handle this. But this is Udyr's back in the game, guys.
He's back, baby.
He's playing competitively.
All right, so Orianna and Lulu going to be rounding out their respective teams in the mid lane. Taking that Ignite on Orianna against a Lulu, that kind of strikes me as strange because when you're up against a Lulu, the last thing you think is, I'm going to kill that little pink. You're not going to...
I'm gonna get her. That yodel is going down.
The massive slow, the massive ult, and the speed ups. Lulu's got the perfect kit for disengage.
She's got a shield as well. She's, it's one of those things where she's just begging you to dive her. And she's like, yeah, come,
I'm
it's
low,
fine.
bro. I'm low.
Oh, I'm low. It's okay. Trust me. Come on. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. And
sweet little yodel.
Sweet little
Straight
yodel.
too far from the farm.
Exactly. And but the thing is, look at it in terms of, hey, I've got a really strong pressure jungler.
Sure.
They've got that Zac. You time Zac with a really well-placed shockwave because you've got a ball delivery system. That's something that's actually come out of that. You've got a wombo combination now.
That's definitely a good point.
You put those two, camp the mid lane, put Lulu down. Next thing you know, you've got a snowballing Orianna and someone that can easily jump into the team fight every single time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that Zac can really make these things happen. Are you able to use the E on the Zac mid slingshot, or is that...
It's really hard.
You got to have that...
It's so hard. You have to, he'll be jumping. What's hard about it as well is that he's got such long range now. They even buffed it recently. that if she puts it on too early and he jumps out of range, the ball's just going to come back to her. So she really needs to make sure she's in the right range. It is possible for it to be done because he's still targetable while it's happening, but I'll be interested to see if they can pull it off. Even if, you know, he's gonna have so much CC anyway. The moment he lands, he's gonna pop his ultimate.
Yeah.
Oriana's gonna have enough time to go, hey, here's a ball and another shockwave to bring everyone back in that you just knocked out.
Yeah, I just hope what you mentioned doesn't happen, where the ball, the tether range is too long, so it breaks off, and then you see the shockwave at Oriana's own fin. She's like, all right, guys, disengage. Let's.
She's just in there for a second. I'm going Super
Remake.
Saiyan, guys.
Remake.
Don't worry. Ah, nuts.
But no, so Tristana definitely going to be who Legion want to get ahead. She's going to have to get those resets, be hopping in and out of the fight. Graves has so much AoE burst damage that once Triss can get in with her explosive shot, it should be a cinch for her to get these easy resets.
And it's just one of those situations where that once Graves done his job, it's just basically Tristana being a janitor. That's the good thing that's going to happen. It's basically really good with their team comps. They got Monkey jumping in, cracking from the shockwave. Graves going to blow his AoE, and then after that point in time, I mean what I'm saying, Graves going to Tristana blowing his AoE. I mean, we got Beastie being the janitor.
Yeah, pretty much. So let's say you're playing Lulu on this Legion squad. You've got your ulti. How are you going to be using it? Is it just purely situational? You don't want to...
I'd say be Udyr.
Yep, sure.
I mean, the moment he's going to be speeding up. So basically, you got the move quick for Lulu onto the Udyr. That's going to let him jump on whoever he wants to. Then you're going to pop the ultimate as well. He's going to be slowing everyone. He's going to have so much AoE, and he's going to be building ability power as well. So he's going to be just a menace in the middle of those team fights.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That AoE slow field is nothing to write home about either. We see Monkey celebrating that he was able to kill off that ward.
It's always they're ahead. Don't worry, guys. It's you know Abyss Sports White.
Yep.
They've got that little bit of a gold advantage. Look for them to snowball that within the next 20 seconds.
Is this completely mirrored starting items here? Oh, it's Graves on the top. We didn't even mention that, did we?
Yeah, so one of the interesting things is that Graves is a flex. Yeah, well,
yeah.
You know what? Like you said, I'm a bit biased towards Udyr. I really like him.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the moment he was picked up meant you could put Graves in the top lane.
Sure.
And it is actually going to be a bit tough for Nautilus to handle as well, because he's going to be going into a range matchup. So he's going to have a really rough time with the wave clear that Graves has. They're probably going to need to time it really well. So maybe look for Monkey to actually jump up towards that top lane as well, because they've got a lot of lockdown. If Graves gets caught, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Graves not one to shy away from a fight, so shouldn't Blackstar ever decide to go aggressive on Rare, I don't know really who's going to get the benefit of it. We see straight away a little bit of a trade here, neither one coming out ahead.
I think Red started to pick a little bit up there after that shield went off.
Yep.
And now these teams are just probably going to be sitting around who's going to be the big bully in the top lane is the question. But this bottom lane, this mid lane, it's probably going to be a farm fest between these two lanes.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and Rare he does. So going for that corrupting potion over Adorans. Now, to me, this states that he really wants to just farm this lane. Never wants to go into any kill pressure, feels that he can escape every gank, but going for the corrupting potion this early on Graves, will it hinder his damage at all?
It's an interesting question there. I'd say it would hinder his damage, but it would increase his trade potential, because once he uses his abilities, then he can pop the corrupting potion and then try to harass out Blackstar. So it's going to be up to him to make sure he's still keeping on top of his CS, because it is a lot easier when you do have the Doran's Blade to begin with. But what he's looking to do there is probably, he knows he's going to push out. He knows who has the advantage on him. If he can out-sustain him purely with the potion, he'll then also be able to out-trade him.
Yeah, and speaking of farming, look at Zac. He is leaps and bounds ahead of Udyr, one of the most farm-heavy junglers in the game. The new Zac just really having an easy time clearing these camps.
And I'm very interested to see how he's able to do that, purely because maybe he's Zac. We haven't seen him for such a long time. It's hard to change. He recalled there.
Yeah, Udyr, he must have done 1 or 2 camps and recalled, while Zac, with his sustain, went for the full clear.
Ah, that makes sense there. So probably what you'd see, he's actually deciding to invade there, which is interesting.
Pink ward.
Very quick pink ward there. It's a really good spot to put it, and because it's so early, Monkey, probably the rest of Abyss White, won't notice that. And Udyr now, he's going to try and catch up in CS, but Monkey, he's looking for a setup in the bot lane. Yeah,
that elastic shot should be level 2 right about now, giving him about 800 Teemos worth of sling distance. So let's see what he can make here, just meandering around that bot lane. He's got himself into that first brush. Can he get into the second one? The minion line is up. Just going to go for that recall. So not much going to happen just yet.
It's just waiting to see what the opportunity would be, whether they're going to be aggressive, whether the hook will land. That will decide what he's going to do. There he goes. I think the lantern, but no.
Yeah.
I think he just gave away that the jungle is in the brush there, so that's going to be interesting. And Udia, he's managed to catch up in this time. That's the advantage that Udia managed to pick up there.
Oh, doing a little bit of the Ziz pose there on the recall, but definitely not Udyr. The chicken skin coming out. Your favorite Mendrix that I know of in the top lane. We have a little bit of a hook coming in onto Rhett, and the damage from Nautilus is nothing to joke about. Landing that hook, landing that snare on top of the W damage, looking good.
He actually popped the corrupting potion as he went in there. So he popped the potion, landed the hook, and then was able to get even more dot damage off. Plus, he hasn't... Graves just backed now at that point in time. And I mean, look, all minions have to be scared of Thresh there. You have to understand that. That's one of the things they're sitting there getting hit every single time. Yep. But just to finish off there, Graves, again, if he gets caught, he's not going to be the strongest. He has to wait a little bit until he gets his defensive items. So if he does get caught by Blackstar, and I think Monkey might be looking to set up in the near future as well, they might be in trouble, but no, he seems to be setting the tent in the mid lane. No, he's just walking between the rivers.
Yeah, just getting a nice ward field down. Will this pink ward spot him out? Looks like he will be avoiding it. Where's he going to go here? Just getting some vision down onto that blue buff. We see Rare the makings of a Hex Drinker. Looks like Zach will be clearing out that pink ward. Not much going to come of it just yet.
Hextrick is an excellent item for Red to pick up because he is going up against a double. Essentially, the person who's going to be affecting his lanes the most will be Lulu. Not Lulu, so Orianna.
Yep.
And Zac. What does Blackstar do? Magic damage. So it just makes perfect sense to go straight for a Hex Drinker. That way, if any of them come up, you can put a higher chance of surviving rather than trying to go for extra damage. Squidgy, though, in trouble.
Oh, that just shows the power of one hook. Really Polgate Gators might be the one in trouble now, but Beastie, he's one proc off a stun, and there it goes. But Squidgy, what are you doing, mate? Staying a little bit too long. Gets poked down. No potions left just yet, so gonna have to recall. Let's see if a dive comes out here from Relapol.
Yeah, I think they're trying to bait now. Udyr is making his way down towards that map, so they're going to use that to their advantage. Red getting chunked out a fair bit by Blackstar. And, well, this is going to be interesting because they're hanging too long and there's no wards. What? First Blood?
First Blood in the mid lane, though, but wow, action is situated down here. Looks like BC will be able to get stunned any second now. Oh, and a beautiful Lantern coming out of Relapol, and he just got outplayed. But in the mid lane, looks like Monkey got the successful gank onto Lulu. Quack, I'm going to be picking that one up, and that is huge.
And that's why you take the Ignite with Monkey as well. Sorry? He didn't even use it. Wow, that is incredible there. So it just shows you the amount of lockdown the actual team has.
APAP still has his ulti available, so maybe he was stunned for the full duration, or they caught him in that level 5 window.
That is definitely possible as well. So if they had caught him within that level 5 window, he would have no chance to escape with that. And Monkey, he's just going to jump onto the Raptors, take them on away. Or the chickens.
The chickens as Preacher so drastically likes to call them. Here we see APAPs in the mid just farming up a nice little bit of gold lead, going over to Abyss Esports White after securing themselves that first blood onto Quackham. Orianna, if she gets ahead, she can be such a menace. Good shields coming out of APAPs. None of that damage going to be sticking. It's all going to be up to Quackham's as well to make sure he shields himself in time. But unfortunately, Orianna, she can't do both. Once you've thrown the ball out, it needs to come all the way back up for that shield to proc, whereas Lulu has that instant shield.
Yeah, that's just one of the utility aspects. The fact that Lulu is a mid support while you do have a control mage in Orianna. So they have to basically one of the sacrifices that you've given up for it. But as you can see, what's an interesting dynamic between those mid laners? Well, APAPs is behind. He's gone for the Athene's Unholy Grail.
Sure.
That's what he's building towards.
Yep.
Quackham, I'm ahead. I'm going to be going for that Rod of Ages so I can scale even stronger, see if I can snowball, or just be absolutely impossibly strong in that late game.
Yeah, just really going to kind of maintain his lead. Scale up once he's finished that item. We just see Monkey. He's hit that level 6, so the CC train continues. But a Pink Bomi on the opposing side going to be hitting level 7, both with equal CS. Maybe Pink Bomi getting a few more lane minions here and there, taxing in all the right spots. But Rare, he's built himself that Hex Drinker. He's got a respectable lead of about 12 CS here. But then you look on the other side of the carry lanes. 84 over 67 and 85 over 70 for Tristana in that bot. So it seems to be that the carries on the side of Abyss Esports are winning, whereas just Graves here is eking out a lead.
And it just seems to be the dynamics of the lane there. Graves should be eking out that lead against Blackstar. He's got that range advantage. In terms of in those other lanes there, it's a bit hard for us to see who actually would come out on top. Brom is very oppressive if he doesn't get whittled down early.
Yep.
So you can find that they would actually be able to eke out a little bit of an extra CS advantage that way. But it's a bit interesting between these dynamics because it is in the mid lane purely he's got that extra wave because he got the kill. That's why he's up in CS. Down in the bot lane, they're up in CS probably because they did manage to whittle Bron down.
Sure.
So that from that point in time, they were able to take a little bit of advantage. As you saw before, they were actually pushing them back towards the lane. They were very low in HP. They tried to do a bait, but nothing really came out of it. And in the end, because all that pressure was in the bot lane, mid lane's now ahead. So how these teams are going is how it's going to play out. It's still very early in the game.
Sure.
I expect there to be a massive mid-game power spike once Udyr picks up his Runic Echoes, the Fiends and Holy Grails finished by Lulu. I expect them to do something in that particular 6-minute window. If nothing happens there, probably look for Orianna to outscale. Probably look for everyone else to sort of hit that point where it's like, nope, too late, our team comp is better.
Yeah.
And we're going to start grouping up and taking you out.
Yeah, they're really going to have to play their team comps well because both have the ability to knock everyone up should their respective tank get in the middle of the fight. You have Lulu with the Wild Growth, Orianna with the Shockwave. Those two abilities are going to make or break these teams. But to go back a little bit onto the respective leagues, we see Graves. As much as I respect the damage on Graves, they really need to get this Tristana ahead because I feel she's going to be the make or break ball of this game. As we see Rare just getting dragged back in by Blackstar. But after that hook goes down, there's not much else he can do apart from the ultimate, and even still, Nautilus not known for his burst damage as Monkey, Reelapol, and Beastie are doing their work to secure themselves the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, that's because they had that advantage there in the bottom lane, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
They were basically outplaying before, and because they've got so much control there, instantly the dragon goes down. Udyr is at that point in time where he's sort of farming up now. He went for the early boots of swiftness. That's actually going to hit his power spike a little bit, so he needs to make sure he gets that Runic Echoes quick smart, so that way he becomes more effective.
Yeah, Udyr, he's all about that movement speed, but look at Orianna, not even the Rod of Ages and also chunking. That just shows how important it is for Apaps to hit these shields on time. Quackham, he's found Pink Bomi in his jungle. Monkey is nearby, but this is an Udyr with Chilling Smite. You are not catching him, sir.
And with Boots of Swiftness as well, he's going to be, he's just hightailing out of it. And this is the fun part about Udyr. When the chase is on, you're chasing after him, and he's just going to keep on spamming all of his abilities to get out. And it's really going to be up to Monkey to really snowball this lane before he gets going. Because even though he's going to be strong in the mid-game, but Apaps, he's in trouble.
Yeah, look at that. Both of the mid laners having to burn their respective ultis. Quackham still holding onto that Ignite, so only an exchange of ultis. Paps, though, he's got a few potions left. This will keep him in lane a little while longer. Luckily, his Chalice of Harmony also giving him that mana sustain in the bot lane. We see Gege as he's going in. The ulti has popped. BC gets knocked up, but the shield, the Braum passive deteriorates just as the auto attacks come up. And look at the damage from Reelapol. Just those auto attacks, they stack up after a while. Gege, he might be in trouble. The box comes down. A teleport, but here comes Monkey coming on in. Rare and Blackstar, they are coming in. The fight has emerged. Where is it going to go? Apaps is here as well. We see the depth charge should be knocking up 2-3 members. Blackstar, he's going to have to book it out of there. The Lantern will be in time. No one's going to die, but Rare is in a lot of trouble. The flash doesn't matter as Beastie follows it up.
Yeah, just a bit late on the flash. And Monkey still trying to get back in, and Orianna joins the fray, but Legion Gaming backing off. That should be a tower there for Abyss. White.
Yeah, that was just a chaotic thing of events. We saw teleports coming in left, right, and center. The 5-man bot was well and truly in effect, despite Apaps getting there first. Remember, Quackham, he doesn't have the teleport, only the Ignite. He had to run all the way down there, meaning that Legion had the numbers advantage, yet still lose themselves a kill.
Yeah, and Legion as well, Udyr just being a little bit of a menace, pushing towards that mid lane to get a little bit of damage in there. And it was just a good team fight by both of them. Everyone reacted straight away. Teleports just coming down instantly into the team fight. And even though Legion Gaming had pretty much everyone there ready to begin, Abyss White played it perfectly. They kited back in the situations that they needed to, really taking advantage of those area zones that Reelapol has, that Monkey has as well. And because of that, Beastie is able to pick up the kill because of that late flash.
Yeah, after that little exchange in the bot lane, Abyss Esports White are going to get themselves nearly a 2,000 gold lead. Remember, they have a tower and a dragon under their belt also, so the map well and truly in their control for the time being. It's going to be on Legion to kind of catch someone out here. They have this team fighting composition, but only really 2 front lines here in the form of Gate Gators and Pink Bomi. So it's really going to be up to that wild growth to provide the CC needed. Now, while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, the AP item on the Udyr still intrigues me. So what is he going to be building after that Runic Echo? Does he go more tanky or still damage?
He goes more tanky from that point in time. So one of the things he can pick up, because he's got so much movement speed after that point, as the towers there, respective towers on both sides are going down. I think Raves needs to back off, otherwise he might have a blob raining down on him very soon. But he seems to be doing pretty well holding it back. And yeah, his Spider Sense is tickling. There goes Monkey.
Oh, look at Monkey. He's gone in on rare. Can he get anything more? No. Let's bounce. Not going to be used just yet. But what is Blackstar doing? A little bit, biting off more than he can chew here. Going to take a big chunk of damage for half a minion, maybe?
Yeah, that was a bit silly there. He thought he could get in there and probably just instantly burst part of the wave down, but instantly a reaction there. And there goes the culling as well. He's decided just to clear out that minion wave, see if he can get it pushing a lot quicker. And now Abyss White are just taking control of that part of the jungle, and it seems to be a base race going on. Wow, there's the
Blackstar,
ulti.
he's trying to do what he can, and he gets the kill onto Squidgy. Beautiful depth charge. Pink Bomi, he was trying to go for the flank, but Blackstar, he just put his pedal to the metal and made it happen. The plays were made.
And he's so tanky at the moment. He's got that Sunfire cape, so they really needed to time that gank or that flank perfectly, but they didn't. And because of... Yeah, sorry?
Gank or flank.
Gank off. Unfortunately for them there. And Apaps, he's getting taken out.
Oh, Apaps, where are you going, mate? He gets knocked sky high, but Pink Bomi with the flash over the wall. The Graves ulti not going to do too much as Monkey books it to the right. Where will he go? The box has been placed down, but a hook onto Rare. He's not looking good. The flash comes in from Blackstar. Will it be enough? He gets Rare. Pink Bomi's on the back foot now as Gate Gators comes in to try and hold the tower, but this mid tower's definitely going down.
Abyss White is playing everything right. They're using their engagers perfectly. They're landing everything mechanically, and it's starting to come out as basically everything. All the dividends are being paid to them right now. They are up roughly 4k gold. They've got that dragon. They've got the extra towers as well. And now we're starting to see the weakness of Legion Gaming's team comp. They're very kiteable, very susceptible to being kited. They need to make what's enabling their team is Lulu. But if Lulu gets taken out, Abyss White is just starting to steamroll.
You have to give props to Abyss Esports White, knowing exactly what they need to do against the composition that Legion are running. If Lulu ults herself, that means that the Udyr can't get in there with the AoE slow, the AoE knockup. She tried her darndest. We saw Pink Bomi, he had to flash over the chicken pit just to get in there. The chicken coop, rather, to get in there. But it looks like they will be trading objectives. Keep in mind now that the Rift Herald does give 250 gold. So it isn't just a small buff anymore. The Dragon still probably a little bit more worth at this stage, as it is the second stack here.
Yeah, and with the Dragon as well, it's one of those objectives that doesn't seem to do much until they're on the 4th dragon, and you're kind of going, oh crap, what are we going to do now? We have to choose between the Baron and the Dragon, and they could be anywhere on the map if they're denying vision. So really well played by Abyss White to really keep that Dragon rolling, whereas that Rift Herald, that is the last one that's going to be on the map. The next one's going to be a Baron Nashor.
Yeah, it looks like a massive siege onto both towers coming up here. It's going to be on Blackstar to do it again. Can he? Pink Bomi, he has got the ulti used on him. Not going to be taking a lot. The culling has been used in that bot lane. Trying to do what he can. Paps being taken very low, but here comes the depth charge. Going to be hitting one Tristana. She goes sky high. Gators trying to do what he can, keeping Orianna at bay, but it will be Blackstar. The ulti comes down, knocking Rare into the air. They're just going to call it quits. No one wants to bite off more than they can chew tonight.
Yeah, Monkey's going in. Apaps is caught.
Oh, look at that. Apaps, he's going to have to flash, but Pink Bomi, he's in a little bit of trouble here, but Udyr does a lot of damage. He's just going to try and continuously stun someone up. There comes the smite. He's booking it. He's running. Reelapole flashes in, gets the box down. Squidgy, he's going to come as reinforcement. Goes for the rocket jump. The flash, but no, he hits the corner on the box. Pink Bomi, he's trying his darndest to get out of here, but Squidgy hitting that box, slowing him down. That could have been huge.
Fancy footwork there by Pink Bomi just to run around the map. And that is a synergy that you can see there as the tower... What happened there? He just got blown up. He must have tried to keep the chase on.
Yeah,
got
greedy,
CC'd and then boom. taken on out there. But as I was trying to mention before, that is the synergetic power of Lulu and Udia. The fact that they were able to hold off 3 encroaching members who are up in gold, probably one of the strongest members there, just down there at that point in time. And
hey, look how far up Triss was if you see the skull and crossbones on your map.
She overextended well and truly.
Feeling the pressure of this game, feeling that she has to make a play, and that's such a crucial mistake. A lot of these teams that are still kind of working out their communication issues together. Some of the players think, I'm the carry, I've got to make the plays. Everyone else is having a little bit of difficulty getting further on into this game as they would like, and we saw just then Squidgy. He tried his bet. There were 3 members low. If he had gotten the crit, maybe we would be singing a different song, but history only remembers the winners.
And this is the pressure of playing in these sort of tournaments. It's something that you're not used to. Everything's about being structured, prepared, coming into it. It is actually quite hyped up for these players because it's something they're not used to. And let's face it, what they're trying to get into is professionals. The next step up from here is your opportunity into the OPL. And that's what these guys are working towards.
Yeah, they want to live that esports dream, but Legion, they're going to have to try a little bit harder as Abyss Esports White are constantly running away with this game. A 4K gold lead, 6 kills to zilch. 2 dragons, 4 towers. Legion, what can they do to come back from this massive deficit?
They really are stuck in the corner of the ring at the moment, and they're getting boxed out by Abyss White. What they need to look to do is wait for a fantastic flank. It seems to be one of those situations where they're just getting grouped on, taken out by Abyss White. They're hitting the triggers when they need to. They need to somehow stall them out, wait for that right moment, and have Udia flank on in, then blow everyone up with the Glacial Fissure with the AoE damage that Rare has capable to him there. If they can pull that off, that's their ticket back into the game. Apart from that, they need to wait for Abyss White to make a mistake. And the way they're going at the moment, they're having a flawless game.
Yeah, you got to give respect to their target selection of this game. You see Braum and Udia on 0 deaths apiece, so all the squishies are going to be ones that are focused. Monkey, he may have gone a little bit too heavy in, but a beautiful 3-man shockwave out of Oriana. The culling follows in, but the ulti onto Gators. Rare, what are you doing, mate? You are way too far up. Pink Bomi trying his best to save the tower. Here comes BC. He's running like he's from Naruto, but he's not going to get the kill, but so much damage coming up from every single avenue.
Abyss White are purely playing their composition. They know how much power they have at the moment. They can brute force on in there. Monkey jumps in immediately. Oriana follows up with that beautiful shockwave, having that ball delivery system available to them, but they might have stayed too far.
Oh, Pink Bomi, he's going to flash him because exhausted immediately. Another kill for Quackham's Gated. He's in the wrong position, but I mentioned it before, the target selection out of Abyss Esports White is so damn good. Getting the Lulu, getting the Braum, a triple kill coming out for Oriana and an inhibitor. Hell, they could end the game right now.
And I was talking about them playing perfectly at the moment. They're still going.
Ooh.
Oh, just missing on the side there. Another tower probably to fall as well.
Yep.
And are they going to back off?
Smart.
Yes, they are.
Smart.
Very smart. Those death timers, although they're starting to get long, they're not that long just yet.
We're only 20 minutes into the game, man. It's 11 kills up for Abyss Esports White, a 10k gold lead, one of the highest we've had tonight. Legion, they're really not showing any life here, and it saddens me to watch. But again, before that massive, beautiful team fight cut me off, I wanted to give praise to how Abyss Esports are selecting their targets. The 2 frontliners, only 1 death apiece. That means that they're just not doing their job right. The team of Abyss Esports, they're getting in behind the Bramwell, behind the Udyr, and killing the squishies.
And it's just, like you said, perfect target selection. And that is probably off the bat of a fantastic shot caller as well.
Yep.
So probably look for behind these teams, when you see them, you know what, oh, they went too far, they're going to be taken out. Next thing you know, the enemy team's getting deleted from 100%. That's a shot caller saying, right now, on this person, and everyone else having that trust, having that synergy straight away, taking them out.
Yeah, it's an absolute brilliant feat to accomplish. A lot of teams seem to struggle with that, especially these new ones. We see Rare here just doing what he can to regain vision. The Baron is up, but remember, we are only 21 minutes into the game despite the gold lead teams. Still pretty squishy once that Baron debuff starts ticking.
Yeah, and another Dragon now going towards it this way. That's the movement speed coming across for them now. That is going to be a very good pickup for him. And now it's at that point where they just got free drinks coming down on them on the house. They're loving it.
Yep.
They're basically getting everything they want on the map. In Legion Gaming, they're fighting with the waiter to get a menu.
I love it. I love it. And looks like the tower is going to be the dessert here. Maybe the cherry on top even, or we'll be saving that one for the Nexus. Nautilus in the position where he is basically tanky enough to just sit there and stand under the tower, not to mention the Oriana shield coming off the back of that one. So we see BCD's got everything available. A hook, going to be hitting that terrain. Keep in mind that Nautilus, the double hook coming out here.
There's just so many engaged potentials they've got here. They've got the Nautilus. They've got the... Oh, a Pink Burmy in trouble. Oh, he's... Oh! Nope. No, it is Udia. He can still walk away from things.
See, that's why you're not a play-by-play. Oh, he's going for the But here comes...
I got excitement.
Oh, no, Monkey not going to come in, but a nice double-man shockwave. Squidgy's going to get taken down by the culling. Pink Bovey, nowhere to be seen. Here comes the depth charge in onto Apaps, but a beautiful Bramald going to be keeping them at bay. The tower down to about a quarter of health here, so Quackham's just doing a miraculous job of always seeming to get that ball in where it shouldn't be, the back line.
And look at Monkey, he's getting ready to jump again, but he goes, nah, we don't need to this time, it's fine. And this is why I'm struggling. That's why I'm going, the problem is they've got so many different things that can come out of the blue and cause it. He gets rare!
Oh, rare, he's in a little bit of trouble. 2 crits coming out of BC. Going to be getting that mana back every single crit. A beautiful thing on that Essence Reaver. The last tower should be falling right now. Rare gets hooked once again. The jumps come in. The wild growth going to be on Gate Gators, and it's not going to be enough as he gets taken down. A beautiful double kill coming in for BC. He wants to make it the triple. Pink Bomi is going to be the next target to fall. A triple coming in here. Can he make it a quadra? No, Monkey, you scumbag. Steals it away.
Oh, Monkey, they're just trolling on through, but you know what he's thinking right now? He's there going, we are going straight for the win. We're going for the perfect game. Let's make sure no one dies. Squidgy!
Ace, boys!
There we go. He manages to pick it up there. Perfect game.
BC 17-0. Can you believe it, Mendrix?
I cannot believe it. This is the
pleasure.
first perfect game we've actually seen in this tournament. So that was amazing play by Abyss White. They're really showing us bringing back those wombo combo teams.
Yeah.
Those press R compositions.
I'll tell you what, that ain't Falco for sure, because we saw Oriana without even Zac just making the plays on her own. The 3 Oriana ults constantly getting behind that Udyr, a place where it doesn't matter how tanky you are, you can't defend from that type of aggression.
And even though he's trying to jump in there, trying to make it, he's only got 1 stun.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? He's
gonna
gonna hit that 1 stun, and that's the weakness. That's why you don't see him in competitive play. They really needed to get going early. They needed to hit that mid-game power spike that I was talking about, but it never came. Abyss White just making sure they kept Lulu down, making sure that synergy that they were looking for, their real key positions, couldn't do what they needed to do, and then they really showed us how you're supposed to play like a team. That wasn't one person outshining the rest. It wasn't a Rise taking 3-on-1. That was them playing as a team. And that's what I want to see coming from the Abyss Sports and every single team in this competition.
No, you mentioned exactly right. And you have to play as a team to pull off a composition like that. Since when was the last time we saw such a knock-up heavy team orientation? You got the Zac, you got the Oriana, you got the Nautilus, for crying out loud.
Where was the Yasuo? What can you do? No Wukong as well. Unfortunate.
What are these teams doing? So far we see Abyss White going to be taking their first win of the Oceanic Challenger Series. Legion Gaming unfortunately going to be sitting down on that 0-3 where no one wants to be, but later on in the night we got Fornot taking on Sentinel Esports, and Mendrix, that's my game of the night for sure.
Oh, it's going to be the game of the night. Fornot coming off a win, Sentinels coming off a loss. We were talking about Sentinels being so strong in this split, and then finally they were taken down a notch. And it's going to be interesting to see how they come across. They do have a bit of a roster swap as well. They won't be having Knight. I'm not sure what happened there, but it'll be interesting to see what actually happens with the new mid laner, how it synergizes for the rest of the team. Fornot, though, now they seem to be the new Black Horses coming into this fight.
Sure.
They're the ones that we were saying they're a bit of a powerhouse. They've been around for a very long time themselves. They've had a very experienced team. And on top of that, they do have a EU LCS coach.
Oh, there you go. That will give that experience that maybe is lacking, because the major problem that teams in the Oceanic Challenge Series is going to be hitting that skill cap where they can only scrim against so many people, where these high population continents and countries just have endless amounts of scrimming partners. So that's why you see some of these teams that have people in the OPL making teams for the OCS so that they can train up these underdogs and really have strong training partners.
And it would be really good as as the scene continues to grow for them to really take advantage of everything that is being thrown at them for the resources and what they can pick up. And I'm interested to see, because when you do have such an experienced coach behind them, as the meta begins to stabilize, that's when you see these teams that were struggling at the start, out of the blue, they start performing extremely well, because now they know, hey, this is what these guys did. We figured it out. We have someone better to help us really refine and improve.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Fornot are going to be taking on Sentinels.
Gotta stare 'em down to let them go. I will be the ground beneath your feet, pull you out from underneath. Hold on to me. Everybody's got their ghosts that don't look away. Gotta stare 'em down to let them go. I will be the ground beneath your feet, pull you out from underneath. Hold on to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me again is Nathan Mendrix-Mendez, and we just saw teamwork used to its core.
Teamwork used to its core, indeed. A perfect game.
Yeah, flawless. Flawless.
It was just that no one died.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to actually pull that off in League of Legends for them not to happen. Because there were so many times when they were low, you thought, oh, out of the blue, okay, now they're going to pick up the kills.
Yep.
No, beautiful target selection, as you mentioned before.
Yeah. You think this is
took
where
everyone down.
Tristana gets the triple, gets the resets, goes back and buys her bloody IE, and then comes back and just wrecks face. But didn't happen once. We never saw the Lulu or the Udi synergy used in quick succession. So that game was a little bit of a whitewash, but it was a beautiful whitewash.
Exactly. No Cinderella story there.
No, not at all. But coming up next, we got Fortnite taking on Sentinels. And keep in mind, Sentinels, they've had a little bit of a switch up here. So we've got Mimortrum taking over that ADC position as Illusion gets moved off into the mid lane. Knight will be subbed out of here.
And it's such a risk for the teams to do this mid-competition to have a roster change.
Yeah, it's huge.
Because it might be one of those things, well, you know what, we need better synergy, this is the way for us to do it. And as we mentioned, it's nice to have that standout player, but if you really need to have a team to make sure you can perform and really make sure you do have a fantastic team fight towards that very end there. Otherwise, what you're going to have is three people, exactly. You're going to have 3 people dying, you're going to have your top guy trying to do something, and next thing you know, it's a 4-on-1. What's he going to do? 5-on-1.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Then over on the side of Fortnite, we have Apple, Fesh, Willaris, Vern, and Matthew rounding out that squad. So Fortnite, they've coming off pretty strong, not shining as strong as maybe Chiefs or Legacy, but no doubt have they impressed me.
Well, they have very impressed me as well.
Yep.
Because in the last game that they played, it was one of those things where they saw, okay, we found weakness.
Yep.
We know in that top lane, Pabu, he managed to pick up First Blood. But he kept on overextending. Instantly, Willaris was making moves around the map, using Lulu's teleport.
You can get there.
Oh, I can't get there in the end. A little bit of Lulu's sometimes hard to pronounce.
Yep.
And as using that to really good succession, making sure he was there every time and punishing it, and they were able to get picks from that. Every single time they killed him, they were able to take another objective from it. They were able to gain control. And it was one of those situations where they were sitting back, making sure that they're not going to be engaged on, and if they do, they'll make sure they're kited back and eventually take out the fight from there.
Alrighty guys, we're going to be jumping straight into the champion select here. Alistar off the table, followed by Nidalee. Now Nidalee, one of, if not the top 5 junglers in the game, maybe after that Graves, Elise, and Rek'Sai, definitely coming in there, but hasn't been banned or picked, but seems to be a problem for Sentinel Esports to deal with. But Alistar, no surprises there, rounding it out Fiora and Lulu.
Yeah, they're a bit worried probably about Fesh. Fesh might have
sure.
a high proficiency with the Nidalee, so they've decided, you know what, we'll take her out this time around. We don't want to worry about her.
Makes sense.
Alistar, obvious ban there. He's just so strong. The fact that with the change to utility masteries that he's able to get back missing mana,
That's insane.
He's able to infinitely sustain in lane. Fiora, also a good ban there. Probably their no diss is fantastic with her.
Yeah.
And so they decided, okay, let's take her out. We don't want to deal with the split pushing queen at the moment.
The Grand Duelist.
the Grand Duelist incoming.
And Corki, going to be the last ban coming out of Fortnite. Corki, the mixed damage king, gets that AP, gets that AD, still just does a buttload of damage no matter which way you spin it.
Yeah, and that care package is just fantastic as an engage tool. And then also as a disengage tool, he's being caught while he's still... It's very hard to use it as disengage because it only lasts for about a minute once you pick it up.
Yeah, you really got to make the play once it's available.
But it's really useful if you are getting engaged upon because you use it, and then guess what? You're going to have Valkyrie afterwards.
So Kalista going to be getting taken away as the last ban coming out of Sentinel Esports. So no Kalista, no throwing that support in. But once the Alistar's off the table, it's kind of... Kalista has to choose from the B team at that stage.
Yeah, I guess you got the Tahm Kench, you do have Thresh as well. That's sort of the B
Kench,
team. Please unbench the Kench.
Ooh.
But it's just the fact that
There's
it
the
enables
Poppy.
Alistar so much, and Poppy. Yep. Good old Poppy. That great big hammer of hers is always so entertaining.
Yeah, it is. It's without a doubt one of the most fun skills from a spectator standpoint. Especially, it's annoying when you've got the camera focused on the player and Poppy ults, you're like, whoop, and the camera just follows them and there's no one on the screen because they go sky high. But Poppy, just an amazing champion, so versatile and definitely a flex pick here.
Oh, exactly. She can be in the jungle, so that's one of the things that's tough for Sentinels to have to worry about now.
Sure.
Is she going to be in the top lane? What do we pick into that? Then again, she could be a jungle as well. So probably wait for them to see. Probably go for the flex picks of their own.
Yeah, when you first pick Poppy, you give nothing away. You just know that they have a great stun and a great disengage available to them. Would be interested to see a bit of Kindred, but it looks like Soulstrike is going to be going for that safe option, locking in the Elise, and Dis going to be picking up that Ezreal. Will it be mid? Is that something Illusion plays? We know he's an AD carry player in the past that has been moved up to this mid lane, so maybe as a comfort pick, they're going to be giving him that Ezreal for the mid.
That's absolutely possible as well. And generally what you look to do is they do like to put him in that bottom lane, make sure he's protected so that way he can start get pumping, basically come online. He really needs to have that tier, have that Iceborne Gauntlet. Once he's got those makings, he's good to go, but it takes quite a long time for him to get there. And I like that they've decided to pick up, okay, we've got the Elise, Kindred, there we go.
Nautilus, again, the Oceanic special here. We do have a statue of him going down somewhere, so just paying dividends already. The Nautilus. My name's on it. Mendrix, is yours?
Unfortunately not.
Oh boy, doesn't support Oceania.
I do support Oceania. It's just
Anyway, it's gonna be a solo cast from now on.
I
Oceanic
wanted to play.
only.
I was playing a lot of counts. I didn't focus on just one, and my name's not going to be on there.
But the Kindred, followed by that Nautilus pickup. Kindred, we saw them playing Pong a little bit. Apple selected him, Soulstrike selected, but now Fesh is going to be locking him in here, similar to Nidalee in the way that she can clear. But that ultimate is so kind of undervalued.
It is undervalued because it is such a high risk, especially at this level. And the reason why it's able to be pulled off in professional games is because they do it so clutch. The moment that ultimate goes down, it is turning around a team fight. And if they don't do it, that's one dead Kindred.
Yeah, so Illusion going to be picking himself up that Victor. We saw Luch on Victor early in the day, just melting people with that Chaos Storm Death Ray combination. Going to be following up with Braum for Believe. Braum last game, not defending any of his squishies. So Vern and Matthew going to be locking in these last two.
Yeah, very interesting picks that they've got here across the board, and it seems we're going to have a Lux Victor matchup once again. And as you mentioned before, Victor's just fantastic at leading teams once he gets going. So it's just a matter of him farming, chilling out, no worries. It's up to Lux to bully him out, make sure he can't get going. And one of the reasons why you do pick Lux is she is actually an anti-poke champion.
Okay.
So that's one of the, she has fantastic poke herself, but the idea is once because she does have those very long pastimes, if she pulls them off, that champion's probably going to be deleted.
It'll be interesting to see. They hovered over that Gangplank. His ulti did get nerfed. The cooldown going up 30, 20 seconds at the respective ranks. They hovered over Mundo, another champion who received a few nerfs. But Gangplank, his global pressure could not be understated. So should they pick this up, it'll be very interesting to see how those longer cooldowns affect their map movements.
Exactly, exactly right there. And probably with the map moves, it just means, well, we're going to be ganking 20 seconds later. That's pretty much good. You know, it's like take an extra jungle camp, come back,
let the potion time out.
Let the potion time out, everything is good to go. Hey, I've got one proc of corrupting potion and my ulti up now, let's drop it this time. And it's just about timing. It's sure you've increased the cooldown on it and it makes it harder for them to capitalize on those situations. But at the end of the day, these teams are communicating everything that happens. He's going to say, my ultimate's coming up in 60 seconds. Look for them to start setting up in that 60 seconds. It just changes things around. He would have said 60 seconds, 20 seconds earlier when they communicate. So what these teams have now are very interesting team comps across the board. They actually have a really kite-heavy team con on the side of Sentinel. They're going to be looking for those picks, going to be making sure that they're going to be pushing everyone back because they've got the Braum to peel back. If there is a chance, an opportunity for them to really single out one champion, probably look for that to be based off the Elise picking up a Cocoon, and then basically pokes from Ezreal, the poke from Victor, and good old barrel damage from Gangplank just blowing people up.
So we saw that Poppy got relegated down to that support role, not the top lane is what we're used to seeing. So why are some of these teams tending to favor this Poppy as a support over the top lane?
The big thing about it is, unlike Nautilus, Poppy doesn't need items to be strong. She does percentage damage. So as long as she's leveling up her abilities, everything's fine. She's still going to hit relatively just as hard as she would have. Obviously, she's not going to be as tanky. But again, it's one of those things we're trading off. Well, you know what? She's still going to have the same damage. In terms of tankiness, we'll have two big front lines, so she can probably juggle it off with Nautilus anyway. And Nautilus benefits more from having the gold and getting the items. So why not give it to Nautilus? We'll throw Poppy down in the bot lane, keep all of her utility, and she's still going to pack a punch.
Yeah, I'm still kind of working out where this Nautilus fits into a lot of these team comps. I don't recall him getting...
Just fits.
Yeah, I don't recall him...
He's like one of those multi-puzzle pieces.
Yeah, he's
where
just
it's
the
like,
puzzle piece that... You just
it's
knock
like,
him in there.
A tank's nice to have. A lot of CC. Yeah, this is great. It's just
Unavoidable
Nautilus.
CC. Keep that in mind. That depth charge chases you down
Unless you're
Elise.
Fiora.
Yeah, Fiora, Elise.
Untargetable. It's a Fiora, Fizz, just anything. Zhonya's. You can pick up
Well,
Zhonya's.
Soul Strikes is playing that Elise, so got to keep in mind to make sure not to use that depth charge anywhere near him, or else he will just repel that away. But Lux versus Victor. We saw that earlier on in the night. It was a very stale matchup, not a lot happening. But Victor just seemed to be leaps and bounds ahead of Lux in damage. So what does Lux offer to a team that you'd be comfortable putting in against Victor?
It's that pick potential. That's the big thing you're looking at. So what it is going to be is perhaps Luch. Oh, well, Luch. I mean, Luch, he was so good on Victor. I decided to throw him back
Luch,
in
Victor,
there. It was a
yeah,
Luch.
what's the
Luch
difference?
just played that matchup really well because
Sure.
he was so careful. He made sure he couldn't get bursted out by Lux. That was a big thing that happened there. Whereas what she offers to the team is that pick potential. So the fact is, if someone walks out on the map, she manages to get a 2-point snare, and she is able to line up all her abilities, that person is probably going down, probably with a follow-up on through. And you have a lot of pick potential on the side of these teams. You've got the Nautilus to follow up with a hook if that if her bindings does land. And on top of that, his ultimates will just follow on through as well. And you really don't want to be stuck between a Poppy and her ultimate as well.
No. You won't be stuck there for long, that's for sure. We see Fesh. He's picked himself up that Kindred. Now, Kindred, so strong at a variety of different things, but the main thing that sets her apart from other junglers is her ultimate, Lamb's Respite, that basically cheats death itself. But you're going to have such good reaction times going against the likes of Elise and Victor.
Exactly, because the thing is, if they manage to get those pokes off, but that's the big issue with Lamb's Respite. It is a fantastic ability to have against burst compositions, because they're going to
First lane swap, maybe.
drop. Oh, wow, that would be actually really interesting as well. And
Going to be initiated by Sentinels, so...
they decided to take advantage of that, probably because they do have the Ezreal.
Yep.
So they want to take a more favorable lane, make sure they can get the Ezreal rolling, because Lucian will bully him out early.
Yeah, Gangplank just going to be able to AFK farm with that Q once the barrels are up. We'll have that AoE damage. So Apple in the top lane on Nautilus. This isn't what he signed up for coming into this. He's going to be a little bit behind because you remember, the team that initiates the lane swap, they're going to have that advantage of Dis. He's going to be being Soul Strike's jungle buddy. So it will be called out, believe. Just going to try to get a Winter's Bite down. It does land onto Apple. He's gone first for that shield, but a nice level 2 from Mirotram. Straight away, just chunking him down. He's going to have to burn through that Corrupting Potion.
And it was really well played by them. They actually delayed coming in. That way, Apple would be a little bit too far pushed up, and they were able to get a really good chunk in. And he's actually just going to back straight away. And I think they might be looking to go to the jungle. That's interesting, because they seem to be fast pushing there as well. I don't think they're going to actually hold the wave. So this is so interesting with the dynamics there. It seems to be they're going to be pushing the lanes down now. That's their next move. I'm really surprised that, Gangplank is making his way up now. Elise is going to continue farming.
Yep.
And these guys are going to take, or basically trade towers. And the advantage is sort of on Fallout's side, because then they do have the Dragon advantage available to them if they want to take it quickly. So it's up to Sentinels to respond after those towers go down.
You got to keep in mind, guys, we may see it all the time at the LCK, the LCS, EU, and NA teams pull it off perfectly, but it is a very complex maneuver. So these teams, remember, as good as they are, they're still just in the Challenger League. They're still one step down below the OPL. So a complex maneuver like this can be difficult to pull off.
And a lot of teams tend to fall flat after they use it in these positions. And it's because what you're trying to play off is an experience. What you'll have is these champions, and very intelligently, Fortnite knew exactly what to do. They instantly pulled their top laner back, because what you're going to have is a dive following on soon very quickly. So they figured, we need to get out of here ASAP. Let's group everyone together where they're strong. And this is probably one of the most exciting games in this competition, because we haven't seen this happen. It's been interesting to see how these guys pull it up, and instantly they're moving towards that dragon, as I mentioned. So Sentinels really need to respond quickly with something else, otherwise they're going to lose out of this trade.
Yeah, keep in mind, Dis did get the full gold from that tower, where in the bot lane, I think it was shared with 3 to 4 people. So that's going to make him skyrocket ahead of his lane opponent.
but he doesn't really need to. At the end of the day, Nautilus is still going to be effective. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of picking Nautilus. As I mentioned, it's that puzzle piece that just fits everywhere, and he doesn't really need farm as well. It's nice when he gets it, because he's going to be strong. He's going to be much stronger for it. But at the end of the day, why do you pick him for? That pick potential, that amazing lockdown. Not really his damage.
Yeah, you're exactly right here. Not going to be building anything after that Corrupting Potion, just getting himself a pink ward, and he's just having an absolute trifle of a time trying to find farm, Believe, and Mirotram in the bot lane, just going to be farming that one, while Dis, he's just having his way with top lane. There is no one here. So Sentinels, they're coming out of this well and far ahead.
And this is one of those interesting lane swap mechanics as well. He does have the lane pushing to him. And as you can see, they've decided to send one person there to pick it up, their ADC, the person they want to get big and strong as fast as possible. So that Fornot's playing this extremely well in terms of who they're sending up to do the swaps around with. And as you can see, they've decided to put the support with the top laner now because it's a big advantage to actually have your ADC stronger than the other one as well. And what's a big problem for Sentinels is this actually speeds up the game. This is something you don't want to happen. Ezreal hasn't picked up the tier yet, and we're 5 minutes in. That's actually really damaging to him. In a sped up game, well, it's going to be interesting. But here's a team fight.
Oh, Believe, he's in a lot of trouble, but Matthew's going to be the one to flash out of that. Believe, he needs one more hit. That's going to be first blood going down to Fesh. We see Mirotram. He's trying to get the Brawn passive. He's burning. He's bleeding. Soul Strikes is in a little bit of pain here, but here comes this. The teleports are coming out. Soul Strikes with a nice flash, but Illusion is going to be coming down from that river. The Death Ray hitting multiple people. A double kill with the support on Matthew.
And that's what I was talking about, the damage from Lulu. She doesn't need items. It's percentage-based damage. And Fornot just coming out huge there. Fornot, 4 kills.
Oh, I like it. The lane swaps initiated by Sentinels backfired now with Fornot, getting in themselves a massive lead, nearly 2,000 gold ahead this early on in the game. It's going to be so detrimental to the side of Sentinels.
And we're talking about how they tend to fall flat when they initiate this lane swap. They didn't do it properly. When you do push those waves up, you need to bounce the minions back. They didn't do that. Now look at the CS advantage Lucian has over Ezreal. He's 50 up, and he just completed his tier now. So when he goes back, he's probably going to pick up his Caulfield's Warhammer. He might even have a good old BF sword, that best friend sword on the back of it as well.
Best friend ever had.
And yeah, the best friend he's ever had as well. You're absolutely right. And when he decides to go one-on-one against Ezreal, he's going to have a bad day.
Yeah, he didn't even have to come down for that fight, just sitting up in the top lane while the action unfolded in front of our eyes. Matthew and Fesh picking up 2 kills apiece. Going to be 3 assists over to Apple, so it doesn't matter that he was falling a little bit behind in CS because an assist gold is going to be coming through. So Dis picked himself up that Sheen. A lot of members culminating around that top lane, trying to make something happen, but I like Fesh and Matthew going to be going for that early Rift Herald to further increase their gold lead.
And I just love the movement from Fornot. Well, they are moving very quickly. They're moving knots in speed. And it's just brilliant how they're moving around the map, taking control of everything. They're really...
Good aggro juggling.
Exactly, very good aggro juggling. And they have skyrocketed. It's 7 minutes in. They're roughly 2k up. That is a huge advantage to have so early into the game. And now they've got this push as well. They're going to instantly trade this tower back.
Yeah, this is looking bad for the side of Sentinels. They need to defend this tower in the bot lane. We just have Mirotram doing nothing, just farming up a storm, but the empowered minions, they've got that extra attack speed. It's going to be drawing soul strikes up. He'd rather be farming. The barrel comes through, critting all the minions, doing what he can.
Fortnite's moving up. They've got also Nautilus making his way into the fray. Laris was also thinking about it, but he decided, you know what, I'd like to pick up that juicy farm, and I don't want a big Victor.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, Mirotram, he's yet to move. They're going to have to give up this tower unless they risk the 4-man dive. It looks like Soul Strikes, he's moved off to get his Krugs. The Gangplank ulti, Cannon Barrage is going to have to come down, but that's going to be enough as we see Vern should be recalling. He's got a lot of gold at this stage. You mentioned that back when he was on 50 CS. He's boosted up to 70.
Yeah, another 20 as well. There we go. Instantly gets that best friend sword as well. Not enough to get the Caulfield's Warhammer, so he's probably going to sit back and be, you know what, it's okay. I've got my best friend. Everything is fine. And he's just going to push there. And look at this. This is fantastic movement from Fornot. Look who's going to pick up that big, juicy wave in the bottom lane. Straight away going towards their ADC. And this is the movement we were talking about. They have so much resources up in the top lane. and they didn't get much for it, but they decided, you know, it's fine, we'll just move everyone around appropriately, make sure the resources are going on who we need it to be, and they're just going to be so much stronger in team fights for it.
Yeah, Fortnite, they're mapping the plays and playing the map here, ladies and gentlemen, doing work despite getting caught off guard by that early lane swap, getting themselves now about 2,000 gold ahead. A Dragon Towers on par, but 4 kills to nothing.
And therefore not. They only need 4 kills at this point in time. They're basically saying, we'll sit on this for a while. Everything's sweet because it's 4 not. We don't need to get any more kills now. We need to keep the score exactly the same and just starve out our objectives.
Yeah, Fesh just doing his best to stack up those passive. He wants to make sure he gets as much damage in as possible. Looks like he might be going for the Warrior. That Longsword is telling me rather than Devourer, but it looks like they want to accelerate this game. They want to make sure Ezreal can't get ahead, and Devourer, it just takes so long to stack.
Well, when you're ahead as well, it seems to be one of those things where, okay, let's get something to just really just throw down our power on the ball. We're going to put all in right now, and we're going to just bully them out. And another Dragon coming across for them there. They're just taking control of everything. I
swear, Ezreal, he's just been bottom in that exact same position for, I feel like, the last 3 to 4 minutes. Just
he's sitting there. He wants to turn online, but he needs to wait a while. He's only got the Sheen, and he's going up against a lot of AD from Lucian there, so he needs to be really careful. If they try to fight one-on-one, he won't have the AD to fight back. Lucian will blow him up.
Yeah, giving a lot of respect, and a lot of respect deserved, having that BS sword whilst sporting 2 longswords and Adorans. We see over the side Victor trying his best to get that laser up and running. You mentioned Ezreal going online. Victor gets to go online literally as he upgrades himself. Going to be going down, going to be building himself those boots of swiftness. Victor, no real gap closes or mobility, only off his Q, so a little bit extra on the side of that item will really help him out here.
Yeah, he's a bit worried about the lockdown on the side of Fortnite, and he needs to really be worried about it. That depth charge pretty much is guaranteed to go straight onto him every team fight that engages, because sure, he does have that good old quick movement speed, but point and click's kind of hard to get away from. And on top of that as well, Lux is building defensively. She's not building offensively. She's not decided to go for that good old Frost Queen claim that everyone else is going for these days. She's decided to go, you know what, I understand what Victor is capable of early. I understand he can burst me down if I don't go through. But believe, he's in there.
He's in a lot of trouble, Matthew. He wants this one for himself. The flash comes through from Fesh. He gets that one. Looking for a little bit more dis. He's running. No stacks for Fesh just yet, as it is on the gangplank. Going to be denying those barrels to avoid any damage. But Matthew takes that one to the face. But here comes the push. Nautilus, he's prepped the wave perfectly. Fesh doing what he can to farm between the towers. A little bit reminiscent of Singe here, but that's going to do wonders for getting this tower.
And poor Gangplank, he's just sitting there going, I can't get my doubloons. What is happening? Arr, I can't get my doubloons. But just so well played by Fortnite there, exactly just moving around the map. And this is one of those things where if the team's playing well, they don't need to be mechanically better than the other team. Sentinels have fantastic mechanical players.
Yeah.
But if your strategy's on point, mechanics means nothing if they're blowing up one person who gets caught out.
It was very bold, going for a lane swap, something that takes a lot of strategic coordination just when you've got a new AD carry and move to AD carry to the mid lane. So, very bold coming out of the squad of Sentinels here.
Extremely bold.
Ooh.
And at this point in time, it is not looking beautiful for Sentinels. It's going to be a problem coming across. And looking at the team, it seems to be that experience that they've got from the coach. They've got an EU LCS coach. If you look at it, he probably knows lane swaps. He's probably decided you guys are going to be practicing lane swaps, and I'm going to teach you how to make sure you can deal with them. And they are just coming out so far ahead from it now. Another Rift Herald going down. This is so quick. Those jungle objectives are just taken out instantly.
Yeah, it seems like right now Fesh is the ADC because Matthew hasn't left his side the entire time after that lane swap was initiated. He's done a great job. You see down there, 203, going to be going back and picking up a little bit more health for himself, replenishing his ward count over on the side of Fesh. He's getting himself a dagger, so once that attack speed is Kindred, the more stacks she get, the more percentage health she does per auto.
That's absolutely right, and it's just a fantastic itemization to go for. On top of that, having that Rune and Hurricanes really allows her to turn into a split pusher as well. That's probably what she'll be looking to pick up there.
He's still there.
He's trying to get online, man.
I got to commend him. He's kept that wave in that spot so damn well. Every time I try it, it gets up to my tower, and then my team gets attacked in mid, and I gotta leave it. And I'm like, guys, please, let me farm. I'm Ezreal, I suck.
Guys, I'll get there. Just let me get the Muramana, and everything's fine.
Whoop,
and
swing and a miss.
And this is what's happening, is they're grouping up and going, that guy's trying to farm. Maybe we should just take all the infrastructure while he's trying to do that. And Lucian, he's not moving down straight away. Probably look for him to make a high tail towards that bot lane because it's going to crash against the tower.
He's leaving the lane.
Well, he's pushed it up.
What madness.
There's no point for him to be there anymore. He's going to decide, okay, that lane's been pushed up. Let's go. Let's see what he's picked up. He's gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet now. So one of the items to get himself up and running is online.
So the rest of Sentinel's doing a good job playing around this fact that Ezreal needs a bit to power up. As we saw, the game is still early enough where Victor, he can clear a whole wave with one laser, so they don't have a time to get in their luck. She's great at poking, but only if the CC lands.
And this is what we were talking about before in the game where Luch was playing Victor.
Yep.
He played it fantastic, very safe, made sure he wasn't getting caught out by those bindings that Lux is going to be throwing each and everywhere. But at the end of the day, that's the beauty of playing a control mage.
True.
Both of them are playing control mages. So what that means for them is that they don't really need to perform. When it gets to the late game, both of them will be packing a punch with their abilities. So it becomes more of a game of chess. And the way the game's going at the moment, Fortnite do have the advantage. They're probably going to have more wards out. They're going to have more control of the map. And towards that late game, that allows Lux to shine even more. Because if she's got the ward advantage over the Victor, well then, those bindings are going to be flying. And when they land, there's probably going to be a final spark in your face.
Yeah, that's just as we get back into the game, a final spark of our faces glimmers away as Illusion. He's got himself that blue buff, allowing him pretty much infinite wave clear right there. Look at that. Just one death ray down the middle. Does miss that last cannon minion. You suck, mate. This is another one. GG,
no.
Scrub. Vern in the top. Going to be taking a page out of Miratram's book and just farming up a storm, keeping that wave frozen in the perfect position.
And this is what they need to do. They need to sit back, look around the map, see what's happening. Where are the team grouping up for as we go into Mirror
That's the first skin I ever bought.
He looks beautiful. Is that the Frozen Ezreal skin?
Yep, that was the first skin I ever bought.
You know what? It's actually quite perfect for the blue Ezreal build on top
I know.
of that. It seems to be the skin you need to take and have. Move over Pulsefire Ezreal.
Pulsefire what?
Pulsefire what? No upgraded skins on ultimates. It's Frozen Ezreal is what you need because it's all about that.
It's
blue,
already
baby.
upgraded from level 1. Boom.
Boom indeed. I love that skin purely because of the chair when it pops up for Lucian. It's just brilliant.
So goofy. It's like the Renekton pool party.
Yeah, just like
hands down the best recall in the game. Everybody knows that.
I love it because you can just sit there just jumping up and down constantly. And so you just, like, if you need to beat, like, you're sitting there low, you go, like, I've got my ultimate, it's all
like
good.
the Nami laugh.
Up, and just the person goes, you know what, screw it, I'm going on him, and it's just the worst mistake every single time.
All right, enough of that nonsense. Down at the Dragon, Fortnite going to be securing themselves the third Dragon of the game. That's going to be giving them those bonuses they need for that extra siege potential.
And now it's just, again, it's that we mentioned it before. With the Dragons, it's one of those objectives you go, yeah, it's pretty good. You don't need to worry about it. And then when they're on the fourth Dragon, you kind of hit that oh crap moment.
Yeah, you cannot fight a team with 5 dragons. It's scientifically proven by freak universities.
Cool story. Where's the dragons, bro? Well, we killed them all. That's what's happened in this situation.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Fortnite's doing. They've managed to pick up a kill now, so it's no longer 4-0, it's 5-0.
Oh, well.
What can you do? They decided, okay, enough of this tomfoolery. We are going to take control of this match, and they well and truly have. That's 2 Rift Heralds, 3 Dragons, and it should be popping up again. So Kindred's backing. I wouldn't be surprised if she decides to run straight up there. Poppy's made her move around there as well. So they're probably going to look to pick up that last Rift Herald. Sentinels maybe going to decide to sit back on it. But considering all the good movements, they've been holding off pretty well. They've got 2 towers have been taken. 1 tower for the side of Fortnite has fallen. Nice cocoon landing.
Yep.
And
Cures that ward.
just a very chill game these guys are having. They're really playing it objective-based. Apart from that 1 skirmish in the early game.
Yeah, keep in mind that Fortnite getting their lead further and further ahead, out about 4,000 gold. That 2 last time we checked in. So Fortnite, they've got a thing for 4 if you haven't noticed. 4,000 gold ahead, 5 kills now, but who cares? They had 4 for a while. But you got to give props to Sentinels. They haven't lost the game yet. They were very far behind with an Ezreal not doing a lot, and it still seems like there's a little bit of hope. Maybe Fortnite don't know how to press that go button and get into it.
And they did sort of have that issue as well in the last game. They were taking their time as when they ended the last game, waiting for one big mistake on the side of that. And I don't know if they've got that advantage system around. There we go, picking up another Rift Herald. That's
Most
three
amount of Rift Heralds I've ever seen taken.
in this whole tournament as well.
Yeah.
And who are they going to give it to this time?
Valaris.
It's Valaris. Okay, so they want to push the mid lane. That's what they're indicating to us now. So I'm going to take that last bit of outer structure, use that advantage there. They've got some control as well in that upper red jungle. And wisely, Sentinels are sort of backing away, waiting for someone to get caught out.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew, he's got to keep in mind, he's strong, but he's a support. Dis, in the right situation, would have no trouble cutting up that Poppy and eating piece of Poppy instead of orange to get rid of that scurvy.
He's just sitting going, I don't need orange, all I need is poppy. Poppy
Yeah, some
flower,
poppy
that's
flowers.
a really good one, yeah.
Oh, and just like that, Matthew gets caught out. Soul Strike's doing a lot of damage. We see the barrels coming in, but Kindred's going to be there. The cannon barrage comes down. The chase is on. It looks like the Poppy ulti will be saying no thank you as they have to disengage.
A very big wind up into a wind down.
Yep.
And Poppy still staying alive. It looked like she was caught out there, but she's still very durable. And she's got a lot of support on the side of Fauna. They instantly moved to protect her, make sure she wasn't going to be falling down. And that was a very nice culling by Vern there to use it early. One of those things with culling, it's very hard to use in the midst of a team fight. You actually want to use it early, either to clear out a wave, chunk someone out, or towards the end of a team fight, picking off a fleeing enemy, or again, clearing out another wave so you can actually push down a tower faster.
So the issue for Fortnite here seems they don't know how to translate their gold lead into any real advantages. It's either Sentinels are doing a great job of stalling it out, or Fortnite are just kind of second guessing themselves here.
And it's completely possible on both sides. And it feels more like Fortnite is second guessing themselves here. They're not really putting down the pedal, pulling that trigger and taking their advantage. They are taking it very slow. It could purely just be patience. These are the guys playing the game there. We need to try and put our minds in their heads. And that's the binding we're talking about. Instantly getting a good chunk onto Illusion as he was taken out. And again, just very slow, very methodical. They're going to try and surgically remove Sentinels from the game.
I like where you're going with this, but it just doesn't seem like they're getting anything out of it. It's been maybe 10 minutes since they had developed their lead. It's gone up about 2,000, but I'm not convinced that they know how to accurately
End the game.
Yeah. They've got a great comp. They have so many potential ways to pick someone out. All they need is the Lux binding into illusion culling while Poppy just throws away the front line. Should be a free tower.
Well, they haven't grouped yet, and they're just using their pressure around the map. That's what they seem to be good at.
Yep.
Pulling pressure around, forcing mistakes. That's what they're going for. Sentinels, though, to their advantage, apart from those a few
they're not
hiccups that
making
they had in the early game, they're not making any now. And they do have a fantastic scaling team. Ezreal's online. He's got his Mirror Mana.
You're right.
Victor, again, I mentioned, all control mages will pack a punch towards that late game. Elise is going to be very potent if she manages to land a cocoon. And Gangplank, his barrels ignore armor. Doesn't matter how much you build, 40% of that will be shredded, so you need to watch out.
Yeah, the Baron is live. Maybe that's what Fortnite were waiting for. The magic resistance on that. We see Illusion. That's what we're looking for. He gets taken low. The flash and the culling comes out of Vern. A beautiful kill onto Illusion.
And that was what we were talking about. Valaris was waiting this entire time. That was the climax, guys. When we're talking anti-poke champion, it gets landed, you're going to get blown up.
Yep. Victor, he's strong, but no one's that strong.
Exactly. And here we go, the team fight is on.
Yeah, the cannon barrage comes down from Gangplank onto the backline. Fesh, he's in a little bit of trouble. Vern's going to have to back out. The flashes have been used. Matthew coming in with a massive stun. The Land's Respite has been put down, so a big healing field going down. But Valaris, he's caught a little bit out, and a nice shot from Microtron. But a beautiful flash stun coming out of Poppy. This is huge. Soul Strikes trying to do what he can. Dis, he's in here as well. They're so low. They need a few more Soul Strikes. Trying to do what he can. He's running, but another slam comes out. Dis gets caught. Fesh doing what he can. Can Apple get him? No. Fesh takes out Gangplank. Soul Strike's still around. How did he survive? And he got the kill to boot.
These spiders seem to be immortal in both of these teams. at the beginning of the game, Babbitt was doing so well. Seems to be escaping on everything. Soulstrike showing, you know what? I can do it too. It's not that hard. And even though, even though they were actually a man down, Illusion, he finds Apple and Fesh.
Yeah, he's respawned. He puts down the ulti. It's not doing enough damage. He gets the first one, but Fesh is so
he's
strong.
burning.
The bird gets him. Fesh is dominating. 6-0-3. The teleport's coming in. He wants to take this one. I believe in you, buddy, but I don't think Fesh does. He's trying to run. He gets the jump. We go back to Vern for whatever reason. Soul Strikes is back. The laser comes through. He needs one more auto attack. Can he do it? No! Oh, the Q comes out, but the Q from Soul Strikes will be enough. Willaris, he's running, and another teleport coming out. This fight has been going on for way too long, Mendrix.
I know, it just seems to continue on, and now the Dragon's on, and here we go again. Willaris is popping into it. Poppy's coming from the flank. Here we go. Will the fight start?
Oh, Microtram, he wants it. He's got it. Willaris is the first to fall. Vern, he gets the ulti. Here comes Matthew in the backline. Gets stunned up. Gets taken down. A beautiful E to avoid the extra damage from the Lucian Q. He's doing what he can. Doesn't get the kill, but now Dis, he's got to worry about that Dragon as Sentinels pick up their first Dragon of the game and 8 kills.
And all of a sudden, they're back in it. And this is what we're talking about with Fortnite. They were taking too long to pull the trigger. And they saw their opportunity. They went for it, but it was a dive of the tower. It wasn't as good as they needed it to be, and Sentinels were able to fight back. Then it was that ebb and flow fight that just seemed to go on and on for minutes on end there. Illusion popped on through, was able to pick it up. Apple trying to catch him. He's going for it as well. He might have some port.
Nah, just gets the stun. That's going to be it. I'm surprised anyone has any summoners left after that fight. We saw Illusion. He died in the mid lane. There was enough time for him to respawn and walk down to Dragon. We saw Dis teleport in. We saw Willaris teleport in. And the fight just went on and on and on. So after that, Sentinels going from 0 kills, they picked themselves up 8 just in that skirmish. Another tower, a Dragon, and also bringing the gold lead down to only 1,000 in favor of Fortnite.
And at the moment, Mirrortram, his Mystic shots are hurting. He is well and truly online. Each time they hit, that true damage from the poke is going to be huge. And that's what's happening in these team fights. Fortnite seem to have that little bit of an advantage. Then they're trying to push it forward. And Mirrortram, every time he hits, there's a poke happening. He's getting those squishies. He's taking them out. And the moment they get hit, it's just essentially a domino effect from that point in time. He's just so hard to catch because he's got all that cooldown reduction to jump away, constantly throwing out those shots, just kiting the entire game.
Nautilus has bought himself a banner of command here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so a little bit of split push going to be coming out from that empowered cannon minion. We saw that up in the top lane, was just trying to work out who bought that one. Here comes Illusion. Oh, that's one of the most satisfying wave clears in the game. I still think that Twisted Fate's wildcard is, and we see the Baron being started here on the side of Fortnite. They want to get this one for themselves. 5k health left on the fight. Should be erupting any minute now. Burn, they're trying to do it. Here comes the Cannon Barrage. Matthew, does he have the ult available? The final spark comes in. Lucian's going to finish that one off. Soulstrike doing what he can. Look at that shield out of belief, blocking so much. Here comes Dis. He's in the middle of the fight. He wants to get Apple. He's so low. So much is going on. The Chaos Storm just ripping through everyone. But look at Willaris. He's full health. He's untouched. But no, the double kill coming out from Mirrortram. He's doing his absolute darndest to keep his team in the game.
And that was such an amazing play coming across there. They thought they had that Baron coming across. Sentinels, very patient, waiting their time. They may have given up the Baron there, but they managed to win the team fight. And that is a huge... That's huge coming across to them there. And that was so well placed. They actually thought at that point in time, Fortnite, we've got the Lamb's Respite. The moment they come in, we'll engage them. They're going to jump in and we'll be able to poke them with our range. Immediately when that Lamb's Respite went down, Sentinels jumped in it with them. Because guess what? They also get affected by that ultimate. It is a double-edged sword that way. And they actually managed to come out on top. And now, Dis, he is pumping. Oh, he's... Trinity Force straight into Infinity Edge. Wow. That is just... And you know what you do with gameplay? You keep building damage, so it's just going to be hurting even more and more the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, this has been an entertaining game to see the least. Earlier on, we saw a whitewash, but this game, Sentinels, nah, that's not going to be us. They know their win condition. They know what they have to do to achieve greatness, and it's going to be Mirrortram doing just that.
And now it seems to be this sort of... They're a bit ahead with Fortnite at the moment. They've got 1.7k gold lead, 1.6k gold lead, so no longer now while we're looking for those patterns. They're not trying to play it silly there. But it's just going to be so interesting because now it is so much more even. And there, Willaris is caught.
Oh no, Willaris, what are you doing, mate? You were caught out. Illusion and Soul Strikes just jumping you down. Fesh, look at that damage. The Chaos Storm comes out. The Ezreal ulti narrowly missing.
And now they're going to take the tower there. It's just they're pushing on through. Just absolute damage now coming from Sentinels. All their carries are up and going. Sorry?
Gold is equal.
The gold is equal because the towers are starting to fall. They don't have the same dragons now. That's still a win condition for Fortnite. That's their way to get back into the game. They need to stop this bleeding. But Sentinels now is the CS Evolution 60 up. These Victors, what is up with them? All they do is farm.
When you got one move that clears a whole wave, you would farm too, Mendrix. We see Matthew going in on Believe, just getting that poppy damage off. You mentioned his percentage health, so doesn't need to build much more than what she's got, but Believe he's no squishy in his own regard.
That's right there. And when he decides to go on one of those tanks, it's not going to do as much. It's more about those squishy players. We're talking about the Ezreals. We're talking about the Illusions. If they get caught up underneath one of those hammer shocks, they're going to be getting a decent chunk of damage being taken away from them. But they are playing very careful, making sure not to be caught in the firing line. And Sentinels are well and truly taking control of this match. They've managed to take back all the infrastructure they had lost. And it's really going to be an interesting match because it's hit that point where it's like a game of chess, strategy, movements around the map. And now that there's no advantage on the side of Fortnite, now that we've hit this point, Sentinels have such strong plays in the late game. Ezreal, Gangplank, Illusion, even Soul Strikes is going to be a problem to deal with because she does percentage damage. The longer the game goes on, she's just going to be chewing through any tankiness that's been built up. And if you're a squishy, you're going to be taken out anyway. This game is going to be very interesting and very tense from now on because it's whoever makes that first misstep wrong is going to be taken out.
Yes, Sentinel's getting the first gold lead of the game, Believe, using his face to check the brushes there. The Dragon might be respawning soon. They want to get in and on that action. They've got themselves the first of the game. They want the second. Now Matthew going to be suspect to a little bit of damage coming out here. Soul Strike's using that volatile Spiderling to volatilely scout what's going on. Fesh down on the far bottom right here.
They're separated at the moment. This is really bad for Fortnite. Sentinels are playing as a unit. I think Fortnite are trying to pull them away. So this Dragon might decide the game now if someone misplays. That's the big thing here. And I'm really worried about Fesh. He's leaving himself open to be engaged upon, like a lamb for slaughter.
I like that one. Looks like in the top lane, it will be pushing in favor of Sentinels. Has Apple used himself that minion buff on?
He has used it recently.
Okay. Yep.
So it's probably, I'm not sure where he's going to be putting it. It's a really interesting strategy that they have because they do have a very powerful siege and pick team.
Yep.
What you do is when you see a wave come down, you clear it out a little bit, drop that banner of command onto your good old siege minion, and then let it slow push. And then after it's that critical point where it's going to really start pushing, you yourselves begin to siege at a certain point, and you force the other team to lose it. But that Dragon's going to go down fast at this point in the game.
Yeah, Illusion, he's level 17. The Lux combo comes through. It's not going to be enough. No! Soul Strikes. Oh, sorry, he does pick that one up. I'm so used to Fortnite securing the Dragons. So I was like, oh, this is a steal. No, it's not going to be a steal. Soul Strikes is going to pick that one up for his team. But 2-level advantage on Illusion over Willaris. Nearly 100k gold. Minions, sorry. 100k. What am I talking about?
100k minions. He's got 100k damage because of it.
6 items.
Wow, and there's the team fight.
Beshi was able to get the ulti down just in time. We see in the backline Apple doing what he can. A beautiful poppy out, knocking everyone out of the park, but that doesn't matter as Illusion picks up a double.
And this is not the area you want to fight Sentinels in that choke point. Whoa!
See
Instant
ya
snipe.
later.
Whoa, but the damage from Illusion, he's not done.
No, he wants to get amongst it. After Miratron was taken down, he's like, I can do that too. Flashes into the backline, not going to get burned as he gets away. But that's going to be their main source of poke damage. They're going to have to back off after that.
And now we're talking about them playing in those choke points. It's something you don't want to do when it's up against a Braum, that glacial fissure going down, making sure your whole team is stuck into that choke point there. And it's going to be a big issue. This game is going longer and longer, and Sentinels are going to be scaling harder and harder. Fortnite are really up that uphill battle now point. It's just going to be an interesting game because I'm waiting to see what they decide to do.
Yeah, Illusion, he is just doing work, making a mockery of the enemy team. Willaris answering back, showing why that Lux has been picked in this composition, just blowing up Miratron. But despite that, the Luxes tonight have done nothing to impress me.
Yeah, and it seems to be one of those things where you see why she's not being picked up as much. She is extremely strong in the meta when in the right hand.
Sure.
But she is very finesse champion. If you're not careful with her, you can get caught out easily. We saw it happen before.
Yep.
And she needs to be landing those bindings. If those aren't happening, she's not going to be doing too much in the game. You see the moment that he was able to land a binding, instantly Illusion gets taken down. From that point on, they were able to actually have an advantage to make a push. That was their, ended up being their big falling there because they didn't initiate that properly, and Sentinels were able to get themselves back into the game. Iris really needs to start landing some bindings and picking someone off. That's the only way Fortnite will actually be able to have an opportunity to take some objectives back.
Yeah, the Nautilus pick just not working out for them here. We saw him. He was in the middle of 5 members, stunning, slowing, doing all he can. The Poppy ult even hit out 2, yet Sentinels still were able to get themselves a double kill on the side of Illusion.
And this game is just at that critical mass point now where
damage barrels.
This, whoa, 1,000 damage on that. That will probably be about 600, seeing as about 40% of the armor's ignored.
Yep.
But if it's going to be hitting Vern, if it's going to be hitting Valaris, probably a good 900 flat. That's going to be a lot of damage if he manages to pick up those battles. And again, they're putting into choke points, and they're just starting to choke out the vision for Fortnite. They want to force them back into these chokes, going straight for that Baron.
Yeah, they want to burst this down quick, maybe just force their opponents. We see Dis and Miratram going to be getting that ward down. Illusion, he's nowhere near the barrels, not going to land onto Fesh. We see Dis, he's taken a lot of damage from this Baron. The orange going to have to be enough for now, but that pulls them off.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly have any defenses, and that's what we're talking about with gameplay. He just continues to keep on building and building more damage throughout the game. That means he packs a punch, but he's very susceptible to players like Valaris.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Illusion, he's doing what he can to keep his team in the game, and you have to give him praise for being able to hold down that mid lane. We saw it under siege time and time again, and it's only down to about half HP. So Illusion going from AD carry to mid lane and not skipping a beat.
And even though it seems so shaky at the start for Sentinels, they've done a fantastic job to pull themselves back and really show Fortnite that, no, you guys may be good, but we are good as well. We are not out of this competition. We are the real dark horses.
Yeah, they lost a few battles, but the war is far from over. Sentinels showing some life here, pulling 3,000k. Not again.
300,000k.
3k again, a lead from Sentinel. So showing off basically their fortitude in this series.
Exactly, their fortitude is super strong to have, and to actually come and win in one of these tournaments as well is something that's going to help them the further this game goes, the further the tournament continues, because it means next time they do have, or they are stuck in this sticky situation, they actually said, well, you know what guys, we've come back from before, and it's going to make them play better.
Was that the smite use? That was the smite just used from Fesh. He does have another one that will be available soon. But very risky using your smite in vision of the enemy jungler just outside the Baron. And if Fesh's...
Mind games. He's going to use, like, hey guys, the smite's down. Let's take this Baron right now. Clean up the team. Mind games.
If Fesh's passive is anything to go on, it looks like the main focal point will be taking out Illusion.
Oh, definitely. And everything that they have will be on Illusion the moment it comes out. It's going to be up to Brom to make sure that Unbreakable is not going to be letting any of those stuns come through. And it'll be interesting to see. I wonder. No, I'm pretty sure the Death Charge goes through Unbreakable.
Does the Flame Horizon only apply to top laners, or could we see Illusion bringing that out today?
Illusion could be bringing it out today. I'd be really surprised if he does. I'm hoping he does.
100 CS over your opponent. It's a very hard thing to do, especially in a game where you were losing pretty much up until a couple of minutes ago.
Exactly, yeah. Around that 25-minute mark was the turn, so the fact that you were keeping up your farm against a team with so much pressure is just a real... I am impressed. Let me just put it like that. And he's at that point. There we go. Soul Strikes is in there.
This could be bad. Soul Strike can believe they're caught out. All 5 members of Fortnite are barreling down. We see the laser coming through. Here comes the cannon barrage onto for Matthew. He's in the back line. The Arcane Shift comes across, but that's going to be Victor getting taken down. Miratram, he's on the back edge. Vern, he's found himself. The carry believes going to get taken down. Soul Strike short of following. Fortnite answer back with a bunch of kills.
And this is what we're talking about. Triple kill there for Lucian as well. He had a Gangplank chasing after him. They were waiting. It was that game of waiting, that strategic chess game. The first person to make a big misplay. And now they are just barreling down that mid lane. They can possibly...
shield on Nautilus.
They're going straight for the win there. They've got blood in their eyes. They're going straight for it.
As much as I like it, they don't have those minions, so the tower's armor will be there. But look at the armor on Nautilus. He has about 1,000 health.
shield just
worth
keeps going
of shield.
up.
It's coming from Lux. It's coming from him. And they're going to take down this tower using nothing but brute force and pure determination. They're going to net themselves 5 kills and an inhibitor.
And that is what they needed to put themselves back in the driving seat of the game. And they are going straight for the Baron as well. They figured, you know what, there are big death timers there, but believe he will actually believe and maybe stop us. So let's get back out of here. Let's get this easy Baron as well. And now that we're going to have so much map pressure on the map, what we'll do is we'll use that banner of command in a particular spot and just go the opposite way.
The only hope here is the ulti, and the Arcane Barrage is not going to do it, as that one goes over to Fortnite, their second Baron of the game. You saw what they can do when they see blood in their eyes. When their team comp works, it damn well works.
And that was the best close-up of the entire team being eaten by Nautilus there.
The depth hungers forever.
I like that one. That was a fantastic one there.
Oh,
and
no!
wow!
Oh no, Fortnite! Willaris just sniping that one away. The Lux ulti, they didn't accommodate for it, and Soul Strikes has to be kicking himself. They tasted victory, but now it's slowly slipping away. And is this deja vu, or are Sentinels just not cut out?
At this point in time, I'm feeling a little bit of deja vu. Fortnite have found that advantage they need, and now they're finally rolling with it. And there we go. There's that empowered minion just making its way up. They're having a little bit of trouble there. It's just whacking on, I'll get you, pirate. And he's there going, no, my doubloons.
Give me my doubloons.
Give me my doubloons back. But now the pressure is on. Sentinels need to come up with something bigger to stop Fortnite from pushing on through, because now they're on their boat and they're pushing those knots across.
Yeah, this is looking bad for Sentinels. One binding from Lux will do it. Soul Strikes, he's so tanky, but is it enough? Illusion's been caught, that's the last person you need, and look at that. Believe gets taken down without a second's notice. Illusion, you're done. He wasn't the Illusion, he was the real thing, but not today. Matthew going to be charging up through that mid lane. They know they have supers pushing up. 3 members down for Sentinel Gaming. Can Fortnite do it? Can they brute force their way to a victory here, Mendrix?
And they are brute forcing now instantly after taking that team fight. They're going straight down the jugular. Apple threw out the hook and he's big. And there's the shields once again.
What?
My God, he's just sitting there going, no worries, guys.
2 Nexus turrets just melting him, and he must have a very high melting point, because Fortnite, they look shaky in the mid game. They look so strong towards the end, and that's going to be it. Fortnite taking it out of the Sentinels.
And they just have that patience we were talking about. Amazingly done there by Fortnite to really show us what it is like to play that chess game. Sure, it was a bit shaky there, but it seemed to be up that point where you're really ahead, and then you start sacrificing your bishops, and you start sacrificing everything.
The king's the only thing that matters.
Exactly, the king is the only thing that matters.
Fortnite got it.
And Fortnite, in the end, pull through.
Yeah, you can throw a few pawns away, but at the end of the day, check equals mate. But both those teams mettled. They got tested today. We saw Sentinels, they looked down and out for a good portion of that game. Then one team fight was all it took, and they were back in it with a vengeance.
Absolutely right there. And it seemed like they were well and truly in control. They were just waiting for that moment in time when Fortnite were the ones that had to make the mistakes. They're the ones who needed to be proactive to actually come out and stop them from winning. And Fortnite found it. They were proactive. They put the wards in the right place. They waited. They had their trap set up, and when it was sprung, they just rolled with that advantage straight away, immediately pushing through, taking that inhibitor, going straight to the Baron. And then they were playing the team comp we wanted to see, that we wanted to see them play around that 25-minute mark. We wanted them to get the picks, to get those, to pull Illusion away and take everyone out. It took them a long time to get there, but in the end, they pulled through, and that is what we wanted to see from Fortnite.
You got to give props to Mirotram. He got dumpstered earlier on in that game, but was able to keep his composure, keep the lane froze perfectly for a good 10 to 15 minutes of that game, just farming his tier up, farming his gold up. Once he hit that power spike, that seemed to be where the lead transitioned from Fortnite to Sentinels, but unfortunately, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew at that last dragon fight, and it really cost them.
And again, it is also a really big credit that you need to give to the team as well. To be able to sit there and let him freeze a lane, essentially be a null lane while you're losing for that whole time, to basically make sure they sit back, not lose anything else anywhere, or mitigate the bleeding. They really did do some first aid in the start there. Then everything was looking good, but then those painkillers must have started to wear off towards the end.
Yeah, Illusion did a great job of holding on in a 4v5, just clearing the wave time and time again to make sure that that mid tower didn't go down.
And now we'll look to see towards the statistics. We're going to go towards that ladder to see what what we're having at the moment there. And here were the teams that we had for tonight.
Yeah, Chiefs Black took out Alpha Sydney in a very convincing fashion, but the big upset of tonight was Abyss Red finishing up on Legacy Genesis, coming out ahead. Then later on, you saw me and Mendrix gave you Legion Gaming versus Abyss White, a very whitewash in favor of Abyss White. Then finally, it was 4-0 in such an amazing game. Definitely the most exciting of the night,
So
taking
tense.
out Sentinels Esports.
So tense there. And now we look at the standings there. Abyss Red is actually seems to be the top of the ladder board there, probably because it starts with an A.
Yeah,
We'll go in
definitely.
alphabetical here. And then
You got it,
afterwards, you got the Chiefs Black following that good old ABCs, followed by Legacy Genesis, then 4-0, Abyss White, Alpha Sydney, Sentinel Esports, and finally Legion Gaming there in the end. Will it be their Cinderella story? Is this the point in time where they actually start to come back?
Yeah, and if you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to sign up to the Oceanic Open Ladder. It does start today, so get your mates together, get in there, and have dreams of becoming just as good as Illusion or Victor.
For some of them, it might be an illusion.
No, but it is definitely a dream. And also, while we're on the note, make sure to check out the OPL on every single Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then, if your Thursdays are free, you can come back and check out the Oceanic Challenges series with all 4 of us beautiful casters and a wonderful production crew.
Thank you very much, guys, for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure being with you tonight. And again, don't forget to check out the OPL and come and see us once again.